My name is Nikias. I'm the President Emeritus of the University of Southern California and Professor of Electrical Engineering, but also I am the President of the Advisory Board of the Council for International Relations Greece. I am very, very excited to welcome all of you today and in this international conference on cyber-securing democracy. Because as you know, this is a very, very important topic, especially for the 21st century. And we have a, oh, so you can hear me? It's not working? Is it okay now? Okay, now I have to, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Avramopoulos. Should I do it all over again? Yes? Okay. My name is Max Nikias. I'm the President Emeritus of the University of Southern California and also a Professor of Electrical Engineering. And more importantly, for being here in Greece, the President of the Advisory Board of the Council for International Relations, Greece. I am very excited to welcome all of you to this international conference on cyber-securing democracy. And as you are going to find out throughout the day, this is a very, very important topic that it will dominate pretty much the 21st century. And how do we go about protecting democratic elections and democracy in general? So this event is organized by the Department of International and European Studies of the University of Piraeus. Additional co-organizers is the USC Election Cybersecurity Initiative, which, by the way, is being supported by Google with a generous gift to be able to organize this conference, the USC Institute for Technology-Enabled Higher Education, and of course the Council for International Relations, Greece. So let me begin with our program, and we would like first to show you a short video by Vinton Cerf, who is the Vice President and the Chief Internet Evangelist of Google. Needless to say, the Vinton Cerf is considered one of the pioneers, one of the fathers of the internet, and he was very instrumental back in the 1970s in developing the TCP/IP protocol and the structure of the internet. So let's watch the short video.
Hello, my name is Vinton Cerf. I'm Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google. I wish I could join you in person. The venue looks magnificent, but unfortunately my calendar didn't cooperate, and so you'll have to put up with virtual Vint. First, I want to thank my good friend Adam Clayton Powell III for inviting me to participate virtually in this event. And second, I'm proud to say that Google is among the sponsors, hoping that securing democracy, cyber-securing democracy, is a very important topic, one that we care a great deal about, as I'm sure you do as well. Many of us are increasingly dependent on computing-based technologies for our daily work and lives and play and everything else, whether that's the cloud or the World Wide Web or the internet or variety of smart devices, Internet of Things, smartphones. There's this long list of things that are programmable and have network capability that we rely on every day to carry out our daily activities. And these things, of course, are so important that when they don't work or when something interferes with their operation, then there are side effects, some of them potentially quite hazardous. To make matters worse, we've discovered, as many governments have, that these platforms are amplifiers of content that flows in and out of the systems. And of course, the platform doesn't necessarily know the difference between good quality information and bad quality information, whether it's malware or ransomware or denial of service attacks or misinformation or disinformation, all of those things flow equally well across the internet, as well as all the good stuff that we hope we can find with the help of search engines like Google and others. So governments have come to the conclusion that they need to step in and do something to protect their citizens from harm, which is a very reasonable and understandable choice. The question is how to do that, and in the process, how to make sure that our democratic processes are not overturned in our zeal to protect people from harm. The kinds of overzealous possibilities include things like censorship, for example, or inhibiting the use of technology, shutting down the internet, for example, which is what some countries do during elections. There are a variety of steps that, or maybe we should call them oversteps, that are in some sense as harmful to democracy as the harm that's feared from the abuse of the internet and the World Wide Web. So in today's meeting, I think it's very important for us to start thinking our way through how governments can help preserve citizen safety and privacy, while at the same time preserving what we all know to be enormous benefits of being online, of discovering information of value to us, of sharing information with others when we imagine and often have been able to help with new knowledge. There are so many applications that are beneficial that despite the fact that there are harmful events that take place on the net, I think we want to do everything we can to preserve an open and freely accessible environment where people can take advantage of the information they find and the possibilities that are created by exercising these powerful platforms. So your task today and in the future is to figure out how we preserve all those benefits while protecting people from harmful behaviors. And I have to point out how important it is to do this on an international basis, because the potential harms can cross international boundaries just as the internet does. It is a global system that doesn't notice when information crosses from one country into another. And in fact, there are many countries that are beginning to imagine, wrongly, that preserving information and containing it within some geopolitical border somehow makes it safer. I have to tell you that the risk factors are pretty much the same no matter where you go. The internet was designed to be global in scope, and our efforts to protect people from harm need to be equally global, meaning there have to be agreements between countries to assure accountability and to offer to users agency so that they can protect themselves and adopt behaviors that lead to a safer environment. So I'm looking forward to the outcome of your meetings. I hope that someone will take good notes and share them broadly so we can all take advantage of the intuition and the insights that you bring to this particularly challenging problem. So thanks again for listening. Good luck to you all, and I hope to see you someday on the net.
Okay. Our very first speaker this morning is the United States Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic since May 2022. He was a founding trustee of the Hellenic American Leadership Council and is a trustee of the Hellenic Initiative. Prior to his nomination, he was the founder, chairman, and CEO of Chartwell Hotels, LLC. Ambassador Tsunis served as the chairman of the Nassau University Medical Center, and previously, he was a counsel and partner attorney of law at Rifkin Rattler, Uniondale, New York, legislative attorney, New York City Council. He earned a bachelor's degree from New York University and a JD from St. John's University of Law, Queens, New York. He is an archon of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, the Order of St. Andrew, the highest ecclesiastical honor that can be bestowed upon a layman by the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America. He is the recipient of numerous awards, including the Harry Chapin Humanitarian Award for Long Island Cares and the Lifetime Achievement Award for Civic Engagement for Long Island Business News. So, my colleagues and friends, it is with great pleasure and distinct honor that I'm presenting to you the United States Ambassador to the Hellenic Republic, the Honorable George Tsunis. Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, my friend. Kalimera, Professor Nikias, thank you very much for your introduction. Είναι μεγάλη τιμή να είμαστε μαζί σου σήμερα for the opening of the Cybersecurity and Democracy Conference. And I'm very honored to be here with my friend, Minister Avramopoulos. I recognize the solemn work that is to be done and needs to be done here, and it is a privilege to be invited to be a speaker. I'd like to thank the University of Piraeus, the University of Southern California, and the Council of International Relations Greece for bringing us together here to discuss this very important issue. This conference could not be happening at a more critical time as Mr. Putin wages a war of choice in Ukraine, challenging the very foundation of our democracies and the international rules-based order upon which our peace and prosperity have existed for the last couple of generations. As my boss, Secretary Blinken, has said, we must be united in our resolve to resist those who seek to manipulate historical memory to advance their own ambitions. Putin has tried to twist history to justify this brutal war, and we've all seen that Russian disinformation has been deployed to spread lies about the invasion and the cover-up atrocities and the horrific war crimes. We are at the forefront of the struggle between democratic values and the voices of tyranny and authoritarianism. Our collective response today will determine the future of the world that we choose. Folks, this is about the type of world that we want to live in. We make a conscious choice. As the ancient Greek Stoics have said, a conscious choice to choose right is a conscious choice. To choose wrong is a conscious choice. We choose to be a democracy and to cherish democratic values and choices and the sovereign integrity of nations, or we choose authoritarianism and those who seek to invade neighbors for no apparent reason. So it's not a complicated concept here. We all need to band together to make sure that we are all choosing properly and we're choosing democracy. And I know that I'm very conscious of the building that I'm in. I'm very conscious of the city that I sit here. And candidly, this is about more Pericles and less Putin. We are the custodians of democracy, and it is imperative that we work together to counter untruths, confront disinformation, and protect our democratic ideals. And I can't think of a more appropriate place in the world to have these discussions here in Athens, the birthplace of democracy. The United States Embassy is committed to countering disinformation and standing with Greece to champion democratic values that have united our countries for more than 2 centuries. This conference is a testament to the strong cooperation between educational institutions, academics, policymakers, business leaders, security officials, and media experts who understand the need and who are committed to confronting the unprecedented challenges that our democracies face. This conference is also evidence of what can achieve through collaboration between our educational institutions. For the last several years, education has been the real bright spot in the U.S.-Greek relationship. It is a critical area for partnership and one I'm personally committed to deepening and strengthening. It is an area of cooperation that is captured in the people-to-people pillar of the U.S.-Greek strategic dialogue, and it underpins our very strong bilateral relationship. It's just in the process of how we advance our foreign policy goals, but candidly, who in this room has not benefited in every manner from an outstanding education? And we should make sure that these opportunities are available for everyone. especially the most vulnerable in our society, because we will be judged on how we address those needs and how we treat the most vulnerable in society. It was a very important thing in my household. My parents were not able to achieve an education. They came to the United States without the benefit of speaking English or very little money, but they instilled in us the need to get an education, and it was the silver bullet for us. It is the silver bullet for everyone, and it is something that we should work together to make sure that everyone who lives in this world is able to achieve. President Biden, a great Philhellene, otherwise known in these parts as President Bidenopoulos, and in all seriousness, I don't think you will find another president that is more knowledgeable about Greece and Greek issues. And I say that with no exaggeration. He loves this country. He is very committed to deepening the strategic relationship between our two countries. Our leaders reaffirmed this commitment during Prime Minister Mitsotakis' recent historic visit to Washington. I participated in these meetings with the President and the Prime Minister. I attended their remarks, both at the White House and at Prime Minister's speech at a joint session of Congress, which was incredibly rare. And it is a testament to the respect that the United States has for the Hellenic Republic and how they conduct themselves on the world stage, because Greece is always on the right side of history. There was incredible enthusiasm for that speech. I think the Prime Minister received 8 standing ovations in Congress. My good friend, Minister of Education, Nikias, was also on the trip to Washington, and I need to commend her. Her remarkable efforts to accelerate reforms in the Greek educational system, advancing the internationalization of Greek universities and expanding their relations with educational institutions throughout the United States. Her efforts have made it easier for the United States and Greek universities to work together, and our embassy will continue to support these endeavors. Internationalization is an incredibly powerful force. It draws people together just like us here today. The technology of an interconnected world provides us with countless tools to promote inclusivity and strengthen our democracies. And thanks to the recent advancements in technology, we have the opportunity to use it as an instrument to promote civic dialogue and tolerance. This powerful tool also comes with significant challenges. It has the potential to pull people apart. And that's what we're here today, to have an understanding that this has the potential to reinforce prejudices, to promote disinformation and sow confusion and threaten the fabric of our society. It is a tremendous challenge that democracies confront. We need to protect our democratic values. This is a very important first step and acknowledgement to doing so, and I thank you for participating. And we need to do more. Democracies are not perfect. Our Constitution of the United States speaks to a more perfect union. Not a perfect one, but a more perfect one. But programs like this today make it better, and they are important in doing so. It's a chance for us to gather and listen to each other and work together to address our shared challenges. And these challenges are shared. And we are best when we work together, με σεβασμό και συνεργασία, to address them. We need more dialogue, more respect, more collaboration. We need to work together to address these very important challenges that we face. There has been a backsliding of democracy for the last 15 years. This should shock all of us. So it is going to be Greece and the United States, which is the birthplace of democracy and the largest democracy, that is going to have to step up and address these things, and I will be proud to be part of that process. I look forward to learning from the conference's distinguished speakers, and thank you for inviting me today. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. Our second speaker this morning is a Greek politician and diplomat whose career in public service spans 4 decades. He was a European Commissioner for Migration, Home Affairs and Citizenship from 2014 until 2019. Previously, Mr. Avramopoulos served as Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of National Defense, 2 terms, Minister of Tourism, and Minister of Health and Social Solidarity of the Hellenic Republic, also having been elected MP several times. And before that, Mr. Avramopoulos served twice as Mayor of Athens. Please help me welcoming Commissioner Mr. Avramopoulos.
Thank you, Max. Thank you, Max, for your welcoming words. Let me start by expressing my gratitude to all of you for having invited me to share this great event. As Athanasios said before, it is my 5th participation, but I have been a great supporter of Piraeus University efforts to proceed in all these initiatives that give power to the academic world in this very critical moment. I'm more than happy to share this event with a great Hellene, the new ambassador of the United States in Greece, Mr. George Tsunis, a person that I know since a long time ago. George, we're very happy you're here. You are a great Hellene, but at the same time a great American. And this combination is assuring a great success in your endeavors at the moment that the Greek-American relations have reached their peak, but you can even do more. I can tell you, given the circumstances, that your life in Greece will not be boring because of what's happening in our neighborhood, but your good knowledge of the situation, your commitment to principles and values, and the trust you have been granted by the President of the United States, but at the same time, the respect and the love of these people will make your job very interesting and I'm sure very successful. You can count on all of us and on me personally for this great success in your endeavors. I would like also to express my thanks to my good friends, Professors Athanasios Platias, Konstantina Botsiou, and Dimitris, for having taken this initiative, for conceiving and designing this prestigious conference. Let me tell you from the very beginning, it's a very timely and topical event, given what is happening in the world. Their leadership is well known within the Greek academia, and their efforts always worth supporting. Indeed, as it was very correctly stressed, confidence in the security of our digital lives is becoming more and more important. I would say crucial. If our empowered free citizens think that their digital environment is unsafe, our prosperity and social cohesion is in trouble. Cyber vulnerabilities in critical national infrastructures are, if left untreated, serious national-level risks to our societies. It is now proven beyond doubt that cyberspace is one more battleground against organized crime, terrorism, as well as foreign interference, whichever form this takes. I recall the moment invited by Max at his university some time ago. We had exchanged some thoughts with your colleagues at that time. Of course, we could have never foreseen what would happen in 4 years' time with what Putin's Russia is doing today. At that time, Max, our world, Europe, were not prepared, and we can say that finally they were taken by surprise. But I still recall these moments. In the year 2021, I remind you that there were 40,000 cyber attacks per day, up 125% from the previous year, according to recent studies. Now, in the midst of Russia's war against Ukraine, the threat has increased once more. Since Putin's invasion began, critical infrastructure suppliers such as energy companies, public agencies, and technology firms such as Microsoft and Apple, as well as many banks, have been subjected to this type of attack. At the state level, indeed, there was no Russian cyber blitzkrieg. However, according to the United States government, Russia's reaction to global sanctions will likely dictate a new phase of heightened digital insecurity in international affairs, as Moscow tries to relieve pressure on its sanctioned economy and signal displeasure with Western support for Ukraine. Indeed, cyber threats threaten not only our citizens, they are threats to our democracies themselves. With so many experienced people and experts in this room, you do not need me to tell you about the global threat posed by cybercrime. You are all aware of that. I can, however, share my experience from the times I served as the European Commissioner responsible of Home Affairs. And as you know, this issue is, of course, of top priority for me, because I was the very first Commissioner to be entrusted this very important job, because some years ago, Europe, sorry to say that like this, had no idea of how to cope with this situation. Europe was taken by surprise. And 5 months after I took office, I remember that we had the very first uncontrolled migratory flows, because I was responsible also for migration, and the very first terrorist attacks at the heart of Europe. So we had to build from scratch the new architecture of migration and security strategy for Europe. There, my dear Ambassador, we found and we received a great support from the United States government. At that time, I was the chief negotiator on behalf of the European Union with the United States in trying to adopt a common strategy in addressing terrorism. And at the base of terrorist activities, we had to cope with cybercrime. Since I took my duties, I have taken decisive actions to modernize the European security framework through new legislation, through reinforced operational cooperation between member states, and through strengthening the role of Europol and making the agency into a true hub of information exchange and effective cooperation. Our Commission made security a priority from day one. The European agenda on security, which I presented for the first time in the year 2015, was our guiding principle, and since then the European Union is working to build an effective and genuine security union. During these times, the Commission has taken the lead on security, something that was inconceivable some years ago. Security has always been considered as a matter of national competence. And, dear Ambassador, this is the problem in Europe. We do not have a federal system. And most of the countries give priority to what they conceive and perceive as national interest. It was hard to convince 28 member states to cooperate and, most importantly, to exchange information. I want to be frank with you, the deep state within the European countries is still strong and not very willing to share, only to take. Is the old-fashioned way to do your job in Europe. So we have to learn a lot from our American friends, and this is what we established during the last years. The Security Union, it is very important, and in order to lead the foundation, we had to deepen trust, to share resources, and face new threats together. And I'm glad that this approach is continuing with the new EU Security Union strategy. Digital and online security is intertwined with our physical security and integrity. As the world becomes even more connected and digitized, pursuing a coherent and operational policy on protecting cyberspace is more than essential. The online world gives us incredible opportunities to connect, exchange, and learn. But cyber means can be, unfortunately, also be used for financial gain or for political motives by terrorists, criminals, or even state actors. Cybercrimes are easy to perpetrate and can be devastating and difficult to trace or attribute. In the internet-dependent societies we live in, it is an issue of truly global dimensions. The WannaCry ransomware attack in the year 2017 affected more than 150 countries and over 230,000 systems. Even nuclear stations were affected. The nature of these threats has grown and changed in importance in three significant ways. First, by becoming strategic, because they endanger our critical infrastructure and threaten our democratic processes. Cyberspace has become a new venue, instrumental in geopolitics and conflict, hybrid and otherwise. Second, by becoming endemic, as the threats spread like wildfires from IT networks into business-critical operations and our critical infrastructures. Thirdly, by becoming global, by becoming universal. Our omniconnectedness means that threats are more difficult to contain across networks, devices, or geographical regions. So inaction is therefore no longer an option. This is an essential debate about the sustainability of our economies and our democratic institutions. In the European Union, even with delay, we recognized the importance to act, and during my tenure, we presented a concrete action plan to address our cybersecurity. The actions are European, but the perspective is, of course, global. This new cyber strategy is built on three key pillars: resilience, deterrence, and international cooperation. And all this built upon one and only one term, which is a precondition: trust. The focus of all the actions in this strategy is, first of all, operational. That is why the centerpiece of the resilience pillar of the strategy was to strengthen our operational agency for network and information, the well-known ENISA, which is based here in Greece. ENISA got a stronger mandate, and I had to fight in Europe for that, to gain more resources and an operational role to support our member states deal with cyber threats. Cybersecurity is a responsibility for all of us, from companies and governments to the last citizen using a connected device of any kind. Just think that 95% of successful attacks are said to be enabled by some type of human error, intentional or not. Cyber hygiene for all, therefore. Awareness rising, communication, training, skills building. These are crucial and should be our priorities. The second major pillar is deterrence, a notion which, let me say, becomes of crucial importance after Putin's war, because it's essentially about being proactive, about dealing with detected threats rather than reacting to real threats. Hence, successful deterrence requires effective detection, traceability, investigation, and prosecution. We will only begin to turn the tide on cyber attacks when we increase the chances of criminals getting caught and sanctioned for committing them. The third pillar of our strategy was and should always be global cooperation, an element which is, in my view, the most critical. Global cyber stability is a task that no country and no region can promote alone. Whether we want to accept or not, we live in a globalized world. It has to come from all of us. Our security systems will always be as strong as the weakest link in the cyber chain. The United Nations and NATO will be a key area of focus on the international arena. Europe's cooperation with NATO will deepen, especially in relation to threats of the well-known hybrid type. And this should also be an indispensable part of a renewed transatlantic agenda made to fit to the challenges brought about by the war in Ukraine and the geopolitical recalibrations it implied. Finally, it is all about partnerships. Partnerships just like the EU Internet Forum, one of my proudest achievements during my service with the Commission. Believe me, when I took this initiative, nobody would ever believe that the public sector, the European Union, could establish a partnership with the major internet platforms in the United States. I visited Silicon Valley and I had very interesting talks behind closed doors, and it worked. Now we have a very good cooperation with the internet platforms, especially in addressing the battleground of terrorism that is internet. More than 90% of the terrorist content online is now removed 5 minutes after they appear there. It was difficult, but it was done. So, since then, the Forum has gone from strength to strength and contributed to many achievements, such as the establishment of the EU Internet Referral Unit in Europol and the creation of the database of hashes to make removals, as I said, permanent and irreversible. We helped contain any viral spread of terrorist or violent extremist content online. Our cooperation with the internet companies is and it should remain an essential part of our work. We exchange this experience with our American partners, with American colleagues, and I'm more than happy to see that right now a strong cooperation has been established between the American government and the Internet Forum. During the last years, we addressed cyber and cyber-enabled threats by putting in place a new EU cybersecurity strategy whose fundamental pillars could provide the basis for a future strategy too. We considered tackling disinformation key to better protect our elections, because we should not forget that foreign interference threatens our democratic processes, the security of our economic life, our social cohesion, and the capacity of our state mechanisms as a whole. We strengthened the security of our digital critical infrastructures, including reinforced cooperation on the security of 5G networks across Europe. The need for an improved information exchange between the EU security information systems also underlines the necessity for further action from online platforms in empowering consumers and the research community. The protection of 5G networks and the effective application of EU security laws across the bloc and an enhanced cooperation with the Western Balkans have pivotal points in Europe's path towards a fully fledged security union. Almost Dear friends, 100 years after the end of the First World War, we are no longer fighting in trenches. Instead, we will be increasingly fighting threatening ideas, actions and systems in the virtual world. We will need to remain vigilant and proactive to stay ahead of the game. But most importantly, we will need to continue working together on a global scale to fight these transnational and cross-border threats. The challenge of promoting global cyber stability is a task that no country, as I said before, and no region can promote alone. Cybersecurity is a responsibility for all of us, from companies and governmental organizations to each and every last citizen using a connected device. Our perspective and approach can therefore only be global for a threat which is borderless. Cybersecurity, as I said, concerns all of us. And this is very important. I think it's the moment. That's why I said that this meeting here is very timely and very topical to spread around this message. And I'm more than happy, once again, to say that Europe is working very closely with the United States of America in a very trusted way. And, Mr. Ambassador, I think that finally Mr. Putin achieved something positive, brought the United States and Europe much closer in front of our common challenge and our common threat. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioner Avramopoulos. Thank you so much. Our third speaker this morning was born in 1963 and graduated in 1986 from the Hellenic Naval Academy. He was promoted to Vice Admiral in March of 2020 and assumed the duties of the Deputy Chief of Defense. During his career, he has served as Commander and Staff Officer in several important positions in sea duty and shore staff assignments, while he holds significant qualifications and degrees, including also a Master of Science in Computer Sciences carried out in the United States. It is with great pleasure that I'm presenting to you the Deputy Chief of Defense, Admiral Ioannis Drymousis.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Ambassador, κύριε Υπουργέ, αξιότιμοι κυρίες, κύριοι καθηγητές, αγαπητοί σπουδαστές, κυρίες και κύριοι. Ως εκπρόσωπος του Αρχηγού του Γενικού Επιτελείου Εθνικής Άμυνας στρατηγού Κωνσταντίνου Φλωρού, σας μεταφέρω τους θερμούς χαιρετισμούς του και τις ευχές του για καλή επιτυχία στις εργασίες του συνεδρίου. Τα τελευταία χρόνια η ανάπτυξη της τεχνολογίας των ηλεκτρονικών υπολογιστών είναι ραγδαία και καλύπτει σχεδόν όλους τους τομείς των καθημερινών ανθρώπινων δραστηριοτήτων. Η εξέλιξη αυτή έχει συμβάλει στο να δημιουργήσουμε το εικονικό περιβάλλον, που σήμερα ονομάζουμε κυβερνοχώρο. Πολλές καθημερινές ανθρώπινες δραστηριότητες διεξάγονται μέσω του κυβερνοχώρου, όπως οι οικονομικές συναλλαγές, η επικοινωνία, η εκπαίδευση, η ενημέρωση, αλλά και κρίσιμες λειτουργίες, όπως η μεταφορά ενέργειας, η ίδρυυση, η μεταφορά και διανομή καυσίμων, οι βιομηχανικές διεργασίες, η ηλεκτρονική διακυβέρνηση, ακόμα και η άμυνα, εξαρτώνται από τον κυβερνοχώρο. Καθημερινά διακινείται, τίθεται σε επεξεργασία και αποθηκεύεται τεράστιος όγκος πληροφοριών, κάποιες από τις οποίες, όπως προσωπικά δεδομένα, αλλά και εταιρικά, κρατικά και αμυντικά απόρριτα, έχουν πολύ μεγάλη αξία. Ο κυβερνοχώρος δημιουργήθηκε για να απλοποιήσει την καθημερινότητά μας και να βελτιώσει την ποιότητα της ζωής μας και στοχεύει μέσα από τις παρεχόμενες υπηρεσίες να υπηρετήσει τον άνθρωπο, να υπηρετήσει τις βασικές αρχές της δημοκρατίας. Συνεπώς, η υπεράσπιση και η προστασία του συνεπάγεται και την προστασία της δημοκρατίας. Ο πρόσωπος φιλόσοφος θεωρητικός του πολέμου Clifford παρατήρησε πως κάθε εποχή έχει το δικό της είδος πολέμου, με τους δικούς της περιοριστικούς όρους και τις δικές της ιδιόμορφες προκαταλήψεις. Ζούμε λοιπόν σε μία εποχή που ο πόλεμος είναι εστιασμένο στην τεχνολογία. Με τη δημιουργία του κυβερνοχώρου έχουμε ταυτόχρονα την εισαγωγή νέων ενιών, όπως επιθετικές και αμυντικές επιχειρήσεις κυβερνοχώρου, κυβερνοπόλεμος, κυβερνοάμυνα, πληροφοριακές επιχειρήσεις, κυβερνοεπιθέσεις. Έννοιες των οποίων τη βαρύτητα και την επιρροή που μπορεί να έχουν στην καθημερινότητά μας δεν κατανοούν οι περισσότεροι μη ειδικοί. Είναι πολύ σημαντικό όμως να αντιληφθούμε πως διεξάγεται ένας σύγχρονος πόλεμος, καθώς αντιλαμβανόμενοι την απειλή μπορούμε να προστατευτούμε από αυτήν. Ο κυβερνοχώρος αποτελεί το 5ο πεδίο επιχειρήσεων, μαζί με την ξηρά, τη θάλασσα, τον αέρα και το διάστημα. Τα ιδιαίτερα χαρακτηριστικά του κυβερνοχώρου επιτρέπουν τη διεξαγωγή επιχειρήσεων μέσα από αυτόν. Μερικά από αυτά τα χαρακτηριστικά είναι η διασύνδεση των στοιχείων, ο εκμηδενισμός των αποστάσεων και των γεωγραφικών περιορισμών, η μη ύπαρξη κεντρικής διακυβέρνησης και κεντρικού ελέγχου, η διαφορετική νόμοι σχετικά με τη χρήση, την παραβατικότητα και το έγκλημα, η δυνατότητα ανωνυμίας ή δήλωσης ψευδούς ταυτότητας, καθώς και η δυνατότητα πραγματοποίησης κακόβουλης ενέργειας σε οποιονδήποτε, από οπουδήποτε, με μικρό κόστος και μικρή πιθανότητα εντοπισμού. Η κακόβουλη δράση το μόνο που απαιτεί είναι γνώση, χρόνο και επιπλέον φαντασία. Η γνώση υπάρχει ελεύθερη στον ίδιο τον κυβερνοχώρο, μέσα στο διαδίκτυο, αρκεί κάποιος να ξέρει να την αναζητήσει. Με απλά λόγια, ο κυβερνοχώρος αποτελεί ένα ευνοϊκό περιβάλλον για κακόβουλες και επιθετικές ενέργειες. Ο κυβερνοπόλεμος είναι ο ακήρυχτος πόλεμος με κυβερνοεπιθέσεις να πραγματοποιούνται καθημερινά. Δυνατότητα πραγματοποίησης μιας κυβερνοεπίθεσης έχουν οι ένοπλες δυνάμεις, οι υπηρεσίες πληροφοριών, η βιομηχανική οικονομική κατάσκοποι, ομάδες οργανωμένου εγκλήματος, τρομοκράτες, κακόβουλοι εσωτερικοί εργαζόμενοι insiders, hackers, χακτιβιστές. Ακόμα και στην περίπτωση που δύο κράτη δεν είναι ενεργά σε πόλεμο, συχνά διεξάγουν κυβερνοεπιθέσεις μεταξύ τους. Ο κυβερνοχώρος, ως το νεότερο πεδίο του πολέμου, είναι και το λιγότερο κατανοητό. Στον σχεδιασμό χερσαίων ή θαλάσσιων επιχειρήσεων υπάρχουν χιλιετίες στρατιωτικής ιστορίας και εμπειρίας που μπορούν να αξιοποιηθούν. Ο κυβερνοχώρος, ωστόσο, είναι πολύ νεότερος και τα στρατιωτικά επιχειρησιακά σχέδια τροποποιούνται, ώστε να περιλαμβάνουν και αυτόν τον νέο τρόπο πολέμου. Σήμερα, οι επιθετικές επιχειρήσεις κυβερνοχώρου έχουν ενσωματωθεί πλήρως στις διακλαδικές επιχειρήσεις και παρέχουν σημαντικές επιλογές στη στρατιωτική ηγεσία. Στόχος τους είναι η απομείωση, η αποδυνάμωση της λειτουργίας του κρατικού μηχανισμού και η παρεμπόδιση των ενόπλων δυνάμεων να διεξάγουν επιχειρήσεις έστω και σε συγκεκριμένο χρονικό διάστημα. Λαμβάνοντας υπόψη τις δυνατότητες του κυβερνοπολέμου, ως στρατιωτικοί αναφερόμαστε στην απέτηση της ασφάλειας των επιχειρήσεων και όχι στην ασφάλεια των επικοινωνιών. Επίσης, ένας από τους στόχους του κυβερνοπολέμου είναι η καθημερινότητα των πολιτών. Είναι ο τρόπος ζωής μας. Μία καλά οργανωμένη κυβερνοεπίθεση θα μπορούσε να καταστρέψει το ηλεκτρικό δίκτυο, το οικονομικό μας σύστημα, το κυβερνητικό δίκτυο διοίκησης και λήψης αποφάσεων, να θέσει εκτός λειτουργίας ή υποέλεγχο οπλικά συστήματα. Γενικά, μία καλά οργανωμένη κυβερνοεπίθεση θα μπορούσε να παραλύσει όλη τη χώρα. Η διεξαγωγή μιας κυβερνοεπίθεσης είναι σχετικά φθηνή και ουσιαστικά μη ανιγνεύσιμη εάν πραγματοποιηθεί σωστά. Οι επιθετικές επιχειρήσεις κυβερνοχώρου διεξάγονται ακόμα και σε περίοδο ειρήνης. Υπάρχουν αρκετά παραδείγματα, σχεδόν πρόσφατα, εδώ του πολέμου Ρωσίας-Ουκρανίας. Οι Ρώσοι, κατά τη διάρκεια διεξαγωγής επιθετικών επιχειρήσεων, χρησιμοποίησαν κυβερνοόπλα που είχαν ως σκοπό την καταστροφή δεδομένων και κατά συνέπεια την καταστροφή της υποδομής. Παραδείγματα τέτοιων κυβερνοόπλων είναι το Whispergate, το οποίο εγκαταστάθηκε στη δικτυακή υποδομή των Ουκρανών από τον Ιανουάριο, δηλαδή πριν την έναρξη των εχθροπραξιών, και ως σκοπό είχε τη διαγραφή δεδομένων. Ένα άλλο κυβερνοόπλο είναι το Hermetic Wiper, το οποίο έχει τις ίδιες δυνατότητες, δηλαδή την καταστροφή δεδομένων. Θα πρέπει να τονιστεί πως οι υπεύθυνοι διεξαγωγής των επιθετικών επιχειρήσεων κυβερνοχώρου επιλέγουν τις περισσότερες φορές την κατασκοπία μέσα του κυβερνοχώρου και όχι την καταστροφή του στόχου. Γι' αυτό το λόγο είναι δύσκολο να καταγραφεί η έκταση αυτών των επιχειρήσεων. Συγκεκριμένα, ο κλάδος των πληροφοριών επιλέγει τις επιχειρήσεις κυβερνοχώρου για υποκλοπή πληροφοριών. Είναι ο κανόνας κατά την περίοδο της ειρήνης, ενώ κατά την περίοδο συγκρούσεων ο κλάδος επιχειρήσεων επιλέγει τότε την καταστροφή του στόχου. Είναι φανερό πως και στο πλαίσιο της αποστολής του κάθε σύγχρονος στρατός διαθέτει κυβερνοπολεμιστές, δηλαδή επαγγελματίες με δυνατότητες διεξαγωγής προηγουμένων κυβερνοεπιθέσεων. Αυτοί οι κυβερνοπολεμιστές με τις προηγμένες δυνατότητες αποτελούν και την πιο σοβαρή απειλή του κυβερνοχώρου. Με τέτοια οργάνωση και τέτοιο πλήθος κυβερνοπολεμιστών υπάρχουν σχεδόν σε όλες τις χώρες. Λαμβάνοντας υπόψη την πολυπλοκότητα και την ιδιαιτερότητα του κυβερνοχώρου, τις επιχειρήσεις που διεξάγονται σε αυτόν, καθώς και τους διαφορετικούς δρόντες με τα διαφορετικά κίνητρα, είναι ξεκάθαρο πως η υπεράσπιση του αποτελεί μια καθημερινή πρόκληση για τους υπεύθυνους διεξαγωγής των αμυντικών επιχειρήσεων. Κάθε χώρα οφείλει να προστατεύσει τον κυβερνοχώρο, οφείλει να προστατεύσει την ποιότητα ζωής των πολιτών της και κατ' επέκταση την ίδια τη δημοκρατία. Σήμερα στην Ελλάδα, τόσο σε κυβερνητικό όσο και σε στρατιωτικό επίπεδο, λαμβάνονται μέτρα προστασίας και παράλληλα υφίσταται οργανωμένη κυβερνοάμυνα. Έχουν αναλυφθεί συγκεκριμένες δράσεις, τόσο σε οργανωτικό επίπεδο, όπως η ίδρυση της Εθνικής Αρχής Κυβερνοασφάλειας, η εκπόνηση της Εθνικής Στρατηγικής Κυβερνοασφάλειας, όσο και σε επιχειρησιακό επίπεδο με τον διαχωρισμό των αρμοδιοτήτων ανάμεσα στις εθνικές ομάδες απόκρισης. Οι ένοπλες δυνάμεις, σύμφωνα με τον νόμο 4577 του 2018, συμβάλλουν στην αντιμετώπιση των κυβερνοεπιθέσεων που ως στόχο έχουν κρίσιμες υποδομές και παράλληλα επηρεάζουν την εθνική ασφάλεια. Είναι ξεκάθαρο πως η κυβερνοασφάλεια και η κυβερνοάμυνα είναι υπόθεση όλων. Πρέπει όλοι να συνεργαζόμαστε και ο κάθε φορέας να συμβάλλει με την εμπειρία του και την τεχνογνωσία του στη συνολική προσπάθεια προστασίας του κυβερνοχώρου. Η ανταλλαγή πληροφοριών που αφορούν σε κυβερνοαπειλές, η διεξαγωγή ασκήσεων και εκπαιδεύσεων είναι προς τη σωστή κατεύθυνση. Πολύ σημαντική είναι και η επιμόρφωση, αλλά και η επαγρύπνηση των απλών χρηστών και απλών πολιτών. Οφείλουμε να εντάξουμε ενεργά τον απλό πολίτη στην προσπάθεια προστασίας του κυβερνοχώρου. Εν κατακλείδη, είναι σημαντικό να κατανοήσουμε τη σπουδαιότητα του κυβερνοχώρου για την ασφάλεια της χώρας μας. Η κυβερνοασφάλεια και η κυβερνοάμυνα είναι υπόθεση όλων, γιατί είναι ευθύνη όλων να χρησιμοποιούμε και να προστατεύουμε την τεχνολογία, επειδή με αυτόν τον τρόπο συμβάλλουμε στην προσπάθεια για την εξασφάλιση των εθνικών μας συμφερόντων. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you so much, Admiral Drymousis. Our next speaker is Professor of Applied Informatics and Statistics in Business Administration at the Department of Business Administration of the University of Piraeus. He is also the Dean of the School of Economics, Business and International Studies at the University of Piraeus. Please welcome Dean Michael Sfakianakis.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and honor to have with us here today the Greek new ambassador, Mr. Tsunis. We are very glad for that. Now, Prometheus defied the gods and gave fire to humanity so that people can protect themselves. Today, science, like this mythical titan, is discovering and delivering knowledge and new technology to mankind for its betterment. But are the uses always the optimum? What are the dangers that arise from the malpractices? How can we come to protect ourselves, our societies, and our democracies for such malpractices? Very often, we notice the vision, the hope, and the technophilic discourses to be rapidly displaced by feeling of fear, perceptions of risk and threat, and the technophobic discourses. Reflexive thinking, evaluation of the dangers, exploration of solutions are part of our duty as academics, a duty that we at the University of Piraeus embrace, and I'm glad that the International and European Studies Department has a pivot role to the organization of this important conference. The evolution of the online phenomenon exposed numerous challenges to citizens, policymakers, and academics alike. The recent past showed how the cyber element, especially with the role of digital media, has the ability to affect the decisions of citizens with regard to public matters. This cyber era has empowered the digital voice of citizens, improving in parallel governmental transparency. Nevertheless, phenomena such as fake news, deepfake, misused anonymity, and the growing assaults on privacy are gradually contributing to the erosion of democratic spaces, in addition to persisting threats to democracy, such as attacks on civil society and media. It is crucial to become responsive, creating a robust cyber environment, promoting and protecting democracy by adopting tools that can help protect us against these complex challenges. We should work to support the core principles of cyber democracy by protecting our privacy and promoting data rights, eliminating the phenomenon of bots on social media, thus increase the freedom of speech, preventing election interference by adopting strong cyber security mechanisms, adopting strong policies to increase transparency throughout the public and private sector, investing on cyber education for everyone, using technologies like AI, artificial intelligence, with ethics. Apart from the numerous challenges mentioned, every day new cybersecurity threats appear, triggering the everlasting cycle of cybersecurity in practice. From viruses to malwares, Trojan horses, worms, spywares, ransomwares, and botnets, to cyber warfare between states and nations, the digital world is not the playground we used to have in our minds. Cybersecurity democracy won't be easy, but it is in our hands to maintain a resilient worldwide democratic web. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dean Sfakianakis. Our last speaker for the welcoming remarks session is Professor Maria Virvou. She has a bachelor's degree in mathematics from the University of Athens, a master's in computer science from the University College London, and a PhD in computer science from the University of Sussex. She is currently the professor and head of the Department of Informatics, the director of Software Engineering Laboratory at the University of Piraeus, and the founder and director of the program of Graduate Studies in Computer Science. Please welcome Professor Virvou.
Thank you, Professor Nikias, for the nice introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure and honor to be here among so many distinguished speakers. And I wish to thank the organizers for the invitation, and especially Professor Platias from our fellow department of the International and European Studies, and Professor Nikias from the University of South California, and the organizers from the Council from the International Relations. I am here as representing computer science, as currently chair of the Department of Informatics at the University of Piraeus. We are working so hard, so many years, to promote research in all sorts of areas in computer science and promote education. But I'm here to say that this very interesting conference comes at a very crucial time, and these days we are all witnessing a major shift of paradigm in computers. The computer is no longer just the means for executing our instructions, but it is also becoming an autonomous agent that can make decisions. This role is coming from the rapid growth of artificial intelligence, the accumulation of huge masses of data in the cyberspace, and of course the internet that can take all these masses of data from one place to another in the whole world. So at this moment, our lives, our everyday lives, and our democratic ethos and principles are having very good benefits from the cyberspace, and they can benefit from the advances of technology, such as having alleviation of the cognitive load for difficult tasks, promoting medicine, promoting education, and even promoting new achievements in science and arts. But at the same time, we are also witnessing some threats, and these threats have to be faced, and they can't be faced only by computer scientists. We need the collaboration of everybody, because this is a very interdisciplinary problem. If we don't have these threats, then we will enjoy the very nice advancements of technology, and we will not fear any harm. But at the moment, we face a lot of threats. For example, I would say that we are all very pleased to use social media, and it is a very nice thing to do. But at the same time, we can't control completely fake news that may be delivered through social media, fake opinions which may make false opinions for people who are going to vote in elections. Democratic elections are the most important thing for democratic countries. So if opinions are formed in such a malicious way, then our democracy is at risk. we are at risk because we are very happy to deliver our data everywhere. Just a single post in social media is just like giving this post to eternity, forever. You have said something, this little something can stigmatize your career, your personality, your relations, your family, everything. So it is a threat for democracy. Another threat, how these beautiful AI programs are trained, how are they trained, is very important. For example, if we use data which has been accumulated through the past to make a program that consults a company that appoints new employees, and if the data concerns male applicants, because this used to be the case, then we will create a bias against women for the next generations. This is also against our democratic principles, our equality principles, and these so important structures that we have achieved for so many years. And this is not just it. Even our privacy, our data, our medical data, we don't know exactly where it goes and how it may be used. But even very innocent, very, very innocent machines like a robot vacuum cleaner may be turned into a spy in your homes because it knows exactly every single place in your floors. It knows whether you are in the house or not. It knows where you have put things, and it can give information away if it is attacked by malicious software. So the threats are all over the world, and we need to know, and we need to protect ourselves, and our governments need to protect citizens. There have to be rules. We have to, and we as scientists, computer scientists, are working very hard in making this technology trustworthy. This is the word now. We need trustworthy technology. And we have to know, all of us, that we're not there yet. We have to work hard all together to protect our nice features of democracies. So we need computers to know about ethical issues. We need them to be conforming to laws and regulations, and we have to work very hard to prevent malicious software and people doing harm to our lives. So I really wish you all a very productive conference. As I said, it is very important, and it was a real pleasure for me and great honor to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. This concludes our first session of the conference, and I would like us to take a break. I know Professor Botsiou is looking at me only 5 minutes. I will give you a 7 minutes break. Thank you.
Again, it is my distinct honor to present the next two speakers. It would be very difficult to actually go through the entire CVs because that would be the session. They are in their fields extremely, completely accomplished to a degree that, as I said, it would take 45 minutes just to mention publications, awards, positions. So let me keep it more simple and just stress the really important things. First of all, we start with Professor President Chrysostomos Max Nikias. Not only is he the Emeritus President of the University of Southern California, the President of the International Advisory Board of CfIR-GR, and of course a Professor of Electrical Engineering. But in my view, in my mind, these are the least of his accomplishments because his primary accomplishment is intellectual, and it is that he is a Renaissance man. He, with equal knowledge, he could be talking about engineering, politics, cybersecurity, microchips, or Cyrus and Xenophon. This is rare. And did I mention an ability to fundraise that is otherworldly? That too as well. And it is a great honor to have him help us with this event. His capacity as I said, the President of the International Advisory Board of the Council for International Relations Greece. I dare say that this conference would not have taken place had it not been for the nudging, the support, the connections, the commitment by President Nikias. And that's all I'm going to say for now. So the floor is yours, and then I'll introduce Professor Platias.
All right, thank you, Professor Dimitris. I want everyone to know that it is in my will that one day he will deliver my eulogy. Good morning, everyone. It is very fitting that we have gathered here in Athens, the cradle of democracy, to talk about securing democracy. But let us not fool ourselves. We're here today because all over the world, democracy is threatened. The democracy that Athenians invented 2.5 millennia ago was not the same democracy that we have today. All eligible Athenian citizens participated in the government. It was mandatory. A small group of volunteers and others chosen by lottery drafted new laws. From the very beginning, the rule of law was a key facet of Athenian democracy. Citizens assembled to vote on proposed laws. Sometimes they voted by show of hands, but they often cast their votes by dropping black or white pebbles into a container. White for yes and black for no. It was the very first secret ballot. Today in democratic nations, we vote for representatives who create and change the laws of their land. We vote for presidents, we vote for judges, and for local government officials. We also vote for propositions and referendums as a way of hearing directly from the people on important issues concerning our states and our nations. We no longer use black or white pebbles. We go to the polls and fill out secret ballots by hand, or we fill them out at home and mail them in, at least in the United States. And in few instances, people vote over the internet. In the future, probably in the near future, most of us will vote over the internet. While our democracy has evolved, the basic idea always remains the same. It is, as Abraham Lincoln expressed so lucidly, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It is not government by kings, queens, dictators, oligarchs, religious leaders. Throughout history, democracies have faced many threats, either from outside invaders or movements from within. Their goal is the same, that is, to destroy the democratic system of governance. Recently, an explosion of new technology has opened many avenues to attack democracy. We are flooded with misinformation and disinformation, fake news. Much of it originates from undemocratic nations that want to see democracy fail. Individual politicians and sometimes organized groups seek to make it harder for some citizens to vote. Politicians have recently begun to question the validity of election results when those results do not suit them. They often blame new technology for their election failures. In the future, voting machines will be connected to the internet, and that will make them vulnerable to hackers. For me, the single most beautiful facet of democracy is that it brings about the peaceful and orderly transfer of power. That is far better than revolution or violent uprisings or poisonings and assassinations. Enemies of our way of life are weaponizing new technologies that otherwise enrich our lives. They're using them to attack democracy. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine some of the following possibilities. It is election day. The polls open, and suddenly, in only a few precincts, a cyber attack paralyzes voting machines or severes access to voter registration databases. The disruption affects only a fraction of the polling places, but as a result, people begin to question the integrity of the entire election. Here is another scenario. After people have voted and the polls have closed, perhaps even many months afterwards, election officials discover that an outside entity compromised servers and possibly altered election results. When they learn of this, people lose confidence in the legitimacy of their elected government. And one final scenario. A popular media personality tweets that more than 1,000 mail-in ballots have just been found in a trash can. He suggests that instead of being counted, the ballots were thrown out by local election workers. He illustrates his tweets with actual photographs of the discarded ballots. This last scenario, by the way, is not imaginary. It actually happened in California in 2020. And within a single day of the original tweet, more than 25,000 Twitter users had shared a version of the false ballot dumping story. One of the tweeters had 5.7 million followers. And the photographs? They were pictures of empty ballot envelopes from a previous election that were being recycled. Democracy is not easy. It has never been easy, and it has most certainly never been perfect. In fact, it can be quite messy. In ancient Athens, women, slaves, freed slaves, and foreign residents, even if they had lived in the city for generations, were not citizens. They were excluded from the governmental process. The United States founding fathers, who drafted the original Constitution, decided that only males would vote. And for purposes of determining a state's population, and thus the number of seats it would have in the House of Representatives. They decided at that time that a black slave would count as 3/5 of a person. And of course, that slave didn't even have 3/5 of the vote. One of the messiest facets of democracy in ancient Athens was ostracophoria, which was an election to ostracize. If a person received 6,000 or more votes, he was banished from Athens for a period of 10 years. No appeal to any court was allowed. The vote was final. Ostracism was simply a negative popularity contest with serious consequences. Historical records indicate that at least 1,000 Athenians were ostracized. Prominent citizens like Miltiades, Themistocles, and Pericles were targets of ostracism. Pericles was never successfully ostracized, but Miltiades and Themistocles were. They were banished despite their brilliant, charismatic leadership in the Battle of Marathon and Salamis, being the architects of Athenian great victories that saved the young democracy and allowed it to blossom into a golden age. Archaeological evidence hints that some ostracisms might have been rigged. Citizens voted by scratching the name of the person they wanted to ostracize on a shard of pottery, sometimes adding nasty comments. Thousands of pottery shards found in one archaeological dig appear to have been scratched by the same person. Our history shows that we must continually work to protect and improve democracy. The United States has been modifying its constitution for well over 200 years. In fact, all democratic nations have made changes and improvements of their constitutions. Today's program is called Cybersecurity Democracy. We will be looking at the newest technological threats to democracy and exploring how we should address them. Our topics include basic cyber safety, cybersecurity, disinformation, and misinformation. We will also focus on what to do if you suffer one of these attacks. You will receive suggestions on how to work with colleagues, with media, and with other constituencies. Several of our presenters are affiliated with the USC Cybersecurity Initiative. I'm immensely proud that the University of Southern California created the USC Cybersecurity Initiative. Its purpose is very simple and yet very difficult: to defend democracy. And as far as I know, it is the first organized academic initiative devoted to this purpose. Adam Powell, from whom you will hear shortly, is the leader and driving force behind this initiative. I want you to be recognized, Adam. Sitting right there. You will also be hearing from Cliff Neuman, who is the director of the USC Center for Computer Systems Security, and Sarah Mojarad, an expert in social media and scientific misinformation. And I see Cliff Neuman right there and Sarah over here. In the past 2 years, the initiative organized and presented workshops in all 50 states in the United States. More than 5,000 election officials, campaign workers, civic leaders, and academics have attended these workshops. I want to repeat that the threats to democracy today are very real. We have begun to develop tools to address those threats. I urge everyone to pay close attention today. We must all join in this effort. And in closing, to paraphrase Abraham Lincoln once more, We do not want to see government of the people, by the people, and for the people perish from the earth. Thank you.
We now turn to Professor Athanasios Platias, who, again, a very distinguished CV. Let me just highlight a few things. Professor at the Department of International and European Studies of the University of Piraeus, chair of that department, the unofficial but very real dean of international relations in Greece, my mentor, and here's something that I have to stress, and I'm trying to learn as much as possible. His latest book, I mean, he's an expert on strategy, so he applied strategy, IR strategy, to business. So he actually, again, the Renaissance spirit. You do IR, but strategy, and now it's about business. And I can tell you for certain that he's applying the same lessons of strategy also to academic politics, and that might be even tougher than business. I'm not going to go through the long, long list of publications, but I'm eagerly awaiting to hear what he has to say.
Thank you, Aris. On behalf of the Department of International and European Studies, I would like to welcome you all here, but especially the contingent from California, from the University of Southern California and from Hoover Institution from Stanford. I would like to add to what Ari said about Professor Nikias, that it's not only associated with the University of Southern California, being its president for many years and being responsible for its development on the top tier of American universities, and being also on the Council on Foreign Relations Greece on our advisory board as a chairman, but he's also a member of our department. Aris, you forgot to mention that. He has an honorary PhD on what? On leadership. And he gave a wonderful lecture about leadership using actually ancient Greek wisdom in his talk. So we are very grateful that we are all here. I would also like to acknowledge the help of the Tsomokos company, the Tsomokos company that is also running the Delphi Forum, that they are helping us with this wonderful organization here. So, again, it's not only the three organizations, the University of Piraeus and University of California and the Council, but also the Delphi Forum that is helping in this conference. In my short remarks, I will touch on three issues that are parts of what we teach in our department. One historical remark, one strategic remark, and one international relations remark. Let's start with the historical remark. Since we are here in the birthplace of democracy, very close to the Acropolis, that's where democracy was invented, but also where democracy was attacked for the first time. And let me elaborate on what Professor Nikias said. He used the process of ostracism, and he mentioned important leaders that they were ostracized. Let me take one case, Themistocles. Themistocles is really the founder of Athens, and actually the founder of democracy, because it gave it essence. He managed to mobilize for the war the whole Athenian population, put it on the payroll, and gave it a vote. So he is really the founder of democracy, but the founder of the power of Athens. He created the fleet. And the fleet and democracy, by manning the people, the Greeks managed to defeat the Persians. After using the fleet and the Athenian population, the Athenian democracy, to defeat the Persians, he put the walls around Athens. And then the navy offered protection to the Aegean and Asia Minor island and city-states, and he got back tribute, and with the navy he had open sea and wealth flowed to Athens. So he created the four material power of Athens: the navy, the walls, the empire, and the wealth. So that's the founder, and also the founder of democracy. Now, after the Persian Wars, when Athens was rising, top power in Greece, Sparta, was feeling threatened. It was at that time that we had the so-called Thucydides trap. I mean, that the rising power was ready to overcome the existing power, Sparta. So Sparta had very tough choices, what to do, how to balance the Athenians. To build a navy, that was difficult and very expensive. I mean, it's like China right now trying to compete with the United States to building aircraft carriers or building F-35s, expensive. So they adopted a cheaper and more effective strategy to attack its leader, to attack Themistocles. So what they did? Fake news. They throw misinformation that the leader was tempted to bribery. And then they used the ultimate weapon. The guy, the leader that managed to defeat the Persians, 8 years later, he was framed agent of the Persians, and somehow some documents were presented. So this completely undermined and created confusion in the Athenian democracy. But on top of it is when the issue came for the voting, they interfered in the voting. That's how the Athenians were voting for ostracism, through clay jars. They were broken and you could write the name. So what recently archaeologists discovered, 192 votes, ostraca, that they were written by the same hand, and most importantly, they were part of the same jar. So it was crystal clear that a factory, a workshop, a laboratory was meddling with the election process. And of course, the Spartans achieved a result that could not have achieved by other means. Themistocles was ostracized, and then they put their puppet, Simon, the proxenos of Sparta, as a leader to Athens, and for several years they had peace with the Athenians. So they completely interfere in the very democracy where democracy was invented. They interfere in the elections. Now, Themistocles, of course, was not a man that you could easily deal with him. They throw him out of Athens, but he went to Peloponnese. So to retaliate, he instigated democratic revolutions in Peloponnese. So here you have the pattern that we saw in the Cold War. The authoritarian, centralized countries trying to undermine Western democracies, but also democratic leaders try to undermine the authoritarian and centralized state by promoting democracy, because democracy by itself is a vital threat to the regime. It was a vital threat to the regime of Sparta, and that's why they attacked Themistocles, and that's how he retaliated, finding the soft spot of this regime, and the soft spot is spreading democratic revolutions. That's precisely what happened in the Cold War, and by the way, that's precisely what is happening right now. So there is a continuation because what actually we're talking about information wars and political warfare. That's precisely what happened. But there is a difference. I mentioned the Cold War. In the Cold War, to make disinformation, or the Americans were using a better word, political warfare, that's a more politically correct term. The Soviets were using the right word, disinformation. To do that, you needed huge organizations with a lot of people working on it. And the process was expensive, and it was slow, and the results were happening after many years. So it's a difficult thing. No, huge corporate organization, intelligence services were competing, propaganda machines. For example, the United States had 3 wonderful propaganda machines on radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe, Voice of America, right? That was the technology of the time, radio. But now, with the internet, things are simpler. The cost is low. The impact is immediate. The example that you have mentioned. The return on investment is huge. To balance militarily, you mean you need billions. To have an effect, you need just one tweet. There is no cost of entry. You don't have to make huge industries or build huge organizations. You just need one computer or one cell phone. And the offense has the advantage over defense. The moment that you spread this information is easy. But to counter, it's really difficult. So that's what's happening to us right now. This is a framework of societal warfare. Society is the center of what is happening. And strategy is really combining ends, means, and ways, and finding the right place that the battle is taking place. Okay, let's talk about the ends. What's the end? The end is very easy. It's very easy to define victory, to beat clarity, to create confusion, to create uncertainty. That target is easy. To create clarity is difficult, but to create confusion, it's very easy. Let's take, for example, the American election when Trump was elected. It was crystal clear that the Russians intervened in this process. Did they manage to elect the president? Nobody knows. Probably not, because the Russian advertising was countered by 1,000 other of advertising. So there's no way that you can prove that it was the Russian advertising that elected Trump. But Trump was delegitimized for the very beginning, at least in half of the American population, that they were voted for Democrats. And it has strategic implications. Let's assume that Trump wanted, for strategic reasons, to flirt Russia in order to balance rising China. The moment that you frame him as a Russian agent, even if he tries to protect American interests by coming close relations with Russia, then you say, haha, that's what the Russians achieved. You see, so he's undermined not only the democratic process, but only it's undermined policies that leaders can create. So you can understand how spreading confusion is easy. Okay, where is being done? In the places. The places, it's in our mind, it's in our emotion. And it's very easy to influence minds and emotions. It's essentially psychological warfare by using cyber means. And coming to bringing cyber psychological, the way that the algorithms are being programmed, it's really reinforces your cognitive bias. Let me give you an example. If, for example, I search in the internet about the Milwaukee Bucks, then the algorithms will throw me data about Ioannis Antetokounmpo. So it will reinforce my bias. So that's precisely how this thing works. It reinforces existing bias and creates division. And who are the soldiers? Again, society. Half of the world population has access to computers and to cell phones. And these are the warriors. They can send a tweet all the time. So that's how we should approach it as part of societal warfare, and its impact, as you can understand, is huge. Democracies in particular are vulnerable because they are open, because we thrive as democracies on free speech. So it's easy to give access to this information. And most importantly, the whole thing is undermining the democratic process. I explained what happened in Athens. Look what happened in the elections in the United States, in the latest election in the United States. Half of the American population doesn't believe that the election was fair. So it has undermined the process of democracy, as Professor Nikias gave very vivid examples. So we have entered really uncharted waters for our democracy. And I will close my remarks with this slide. International relations, we talk about power. Power has several dimensions. One is hard power. It's essentially using economic, military, and diplomatic instruments for coercion, for example, sanctions, for diplomatic threats, for war. That's hard power. Then John I branded a new concept, soft power. That's an old Greek concept, by the way, evnia. If you read the ancient Greek authors, they talk about evnia. So now, but Harvard professors are extremely good at marketing. The Greek evnia has become, you know, soft power. And then Hillary Clinton said, if we combine hard power and soft power, you have smart power. Third power. But the most important power is this one, sharp power. Sharp power, it's the capacity really to manipulate. It's the capacity to undermine. It's the capacity to create confusion. And that's exactly what is defining our area. And I'm looking forward in the next presentations in order to deal with all these important topics. Thank you very, very much.
Adam, you come up here. Thank you, Athanasios.
President Nikias, I would like you to introduce
Okay.
Mr. Powell.
Adam, you sit right here. Right in the middle. Right.
Right, left, okay.
All right. You ready? It gives me a great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker. Our first keynote speaker of the conference, Adam Clayton Powell III, directs the USC Election Cybersecurity Initiative, working with election officials and campaign workers in all 50 states in the United States. Previously, he was USC's Vice Provost for Globalization, and for the record, when I was the Provost. And also, he served as the Director of USC's Integrated Media Systems Center, a United States National Science Foundation Center of Excellence. And he also served in the past as Vice President of News at NPR, the National Broadcasting Corporation, News Manager at CBS News, and Executive Producer at Quincy Jones Entertainment. So it gives me a great pleasure to introduce my great friend, Adam Powell.
Thank you, Max, and thanks to our hosts and partners. And I emphasize the word partners because this is a partnership which we hope will go forward and strengthen starting today. And it's been, the last time I was in Athens was more than 60 years ago. And I don't want more than 60 years to pass again before I return. I'll be showing a number of PowerPoints, and these are all here as part of the record of this conference, so you can refer to them at your leisure. But as you'll see, each of them is, or many of them, are footnoted, so you can actually go to primary sources. I'm going to be talking about tools about elections, election cybersecurity. And I'll give you a little bit of the history of how we developed these tools and how we are deploying them. This is a slogan which is used by many of the secretaries of state, the people in the United States who actually direct the elections in 40 states of the 50 states. A race with no finish line, even more than a marathon. But there are many lessons here from physical combat. In the Ukraine, why are they so successful against Russian cyber attacks? It's because they've been attacked so often, they've rehearsed and they know what some of the tactics are that the Russians are going to use, and they know how to defend against them, and they know how to be resilient. Here, you've had the same lessons, but from the 5th century BC. Many of you will recognize some of these words, and I read your book. I actually prefer your translation of this section of Thucydides, but this is the version that's used at MIT. And the whole point of this is, it's better to have long training and action rather than to have short speeches later, which are not going to be as effective. We're here also to learn, because here is the ranking by Estonia of the cybersecurity powers in the world. Look at number 1, Greece. You are number 1. Lithuania, Belgium, Czech Republic, Estonia. The United States in this ranking is number 21. So we need to listen carefully to what you present today. One of our challenges in the United States is that our elections are so decentralized. We have more than 7,000 election districts, different state laws, within each state, different local laws, sometimes within each election district, different laws and rules, and different voting machines, different voting methods, different voting forms, different ways of voting, different ways of mailing in your vote, and most election workers are part-time volunteers. Cliff Neuman, who you'll be hearing from later, he begins many of his presentations by saying, everyone is a target, even you. And the governor of North Dakota, a small, it's a rural state with a small population, not very many people, you don't hear much about it. He said that Russia attacks small primary schools. Why does Russia attack small primary schools? They want to get into the students' telephones and laptops. The students go home, they turn on their telephones and their laptops, and the Russians can get into the home networks. Once they're in the home networks, they go to their parents. Their parents could be running elections, or some of their parents could be working on Minuteman missile bases that are in North Dakota. So everybody is a target, even children. Another slogan from our secretaries of state, why do you lock your door at night? Any good burglar can pick the lock and get into your house. Well, the reason you lock your door is to make it just difficult enough that the burglar will give up and go next door to the next house. So that's really what we're trying to do, persuade Russia and other adversaries, this is too difficult to get into this particular state or this particular election district. Let's go someplace else, see what mischief we can work someplace else. And finally, the Department of Homeland Security in the United States, they have a slogan, return on investment. What is the ROI? What is the best investment that a bad actor can make? So if you're Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, whoever, if you try to change votes in the United States, that's very, very difficult because we have several thousand election districts, we have different laws, different methods. It takes a huge investment to actually change votes. So instead, for a much lower investment, you cause chaos. You cause chaos to try to actually stir public distrust of the election and of democracy itself. So that is now the primary goal, and you're going to hear more about that from Sarah Mojarad. We began in 2015 in a meeting here in the USC Washington office, and you see Vinton Cerf sitting across from me on the left in the picture, and he was the one who urged us in this meeting to shift from what we'd been doing to cybersecurity, to secure everything connected to the Internet of Things. Well, that was a major project, and so how do we do this? So we thought, oh, this is an engineering problem, this is a communications problem, but no. Max Nikias, when I saw him a few months later, he said, you are thinking too narrowly. This is not engineering, this is not communications, it is also public policy, it is also law, it is also business. And I remember saying, Max, we want you to report to 5 deans? And he said, yes. And so we actually put together a multidisciplinary team from 5 different schools, now it's 7 schools altogether, at USC to work on cybersecurity. Well, many of you may know what happened the following year in our 2016 presidential election. There was a major release of private emails from one of the 2 candidates for president, and so suddenly we had a problem with election cybersecurity. And the National Governors Association, the Association of the Governors of all 50 states of the United States, they came to us, to USC, and said, can you be our research partner to help with this? This is actually a picture from the National Governors Association meeting in February of 2017 in Washington, D.C., where they're beginning to worry about election cybersecurity. A few months later, the leaders of the National Governors Association came to USC. This is on the USC campus in the Annenberg School to discuss our plans for election cybersecurity. We were able to also team with the National Association of State Election Directors, the National Association of Secretaries of State, and we received initial funding. In addition to Google, we received funding from the Democracy Fund, and we did 6 closed-door, no media, no press, working sessions with state election officials around the country. This was the first one in Virginia. We did one in Minnesota. And then we were approached by Google, and they said, how would you like to do all 50 states? A lot of people said that was impossible. You're going to do 50 states? And I said, well, it's going to be, when Google approached us, I said, we were talking about a multi-million-dollar budget, you know. It'll take too long to get this organized, and we have to go through USC's legal team, through Google's legal team, and the person from Google said, it's in my budget already. I said, oh, did I give you a card? So I gave her a card, and in 20 minutes, we worked out what the arrangement was going to be. But then the problem was, how do we do this? And I remember the last thing that Max said when he introduced me was, I had worked for Quincy Jones Entertainment. So I said, aha, this is going to be the ultimate road trip. We're going to make a trip to all 50 states, but instead of concerts with Paul McCartney and Alicia Keys, we're going to have Cliff Neuman and Sarah Mojarad. And so we actually had road directors for the different regions of the country, and we set off to do the 50 states. But first, what's our message going to be? What are the tools that we're going to use to take to the 50 states to help protect elections? So we met with managers of national, state, and local campaigns. We met with federal government officials, we met with state officials, and in one meeting with 2 people who'd run national campaigns. One was Bob Shrum, who ran the John Kerry presidential campaign in 2004, and many others. And the other was Mike Murphy, who ran the Bush campaign and many other Republican campaigns. And I said, we're like you guys. You know, we're a 50-state campaign, but without a candidate. And Bob Shrum looked at me and said, Adam, you're wrong. I said, no, we're bipartisan. We're 50 states, just like you. And he said, no, your candidate is democracy. I said, whoa, okay. That's going to be our slogan. And that became our slogan. Our candidate is democracy. And that resonates everywhere across the United States, across political parties. It became a great slogan, and thanks to Bob Shrum. So, employ multiple disciplines, go to all 50 states. As far as we know, aside from the federal government of the United States, we are the only entity that goes to all 50 states for election cybersecurity. And we've been welcomed by all 50 states. We've been told by the national parties, the National Democratic and Republican parties, that you guys are it. There are resources in Washington, D.C. to secure the national election, to secure candidates for the United States Senate, the United States House of Representatives, and governor. That's it. You have the rest. Well, that's thousands of candidates. How do we reach all those people? So we set off. Here was the advice. Do 3 things well. We had an initial list of 9 things. No. Do 3 things well. 3 things that people can remember. So first, cyber safety and cybersecurity. Cliff Neuman, you'll be hearing from him shortly. Second, disinformation and misinformation. You'll be hearing from Sarah Mojarad a little later. And the third was crisis communication. You're going to be hit. Many of you are going to lose. You're going to go down. What do you do then? So, and the answer is, for all of these, you have to rehearse. We've set up a network of state university partners across the United States. We have, in more than 40 states, a state university partner, many of whom have their own cybersecurity programs, so we can work with them, and they can be the residential leave behind, as we say, to continue doing the program. Some of them are major. In South Dakota, another very low population state, the state university has a college of cybersecurity with 1,000 students. Very impressive. We have state media partners across the United States. In almost every state, we had television, radio, newspapers to help get the message out. We have a national media partner, the Associated Press, which is the only media organization in the United States that it's in all 50 states, every state capital of the United States. Our final meeting, there's Cerf again, and there's Cliff Neuman there on the right. Our final meeting before we actually set off. Our first launch was in Maryland, just north of Washington, D.C. You can see quite a few people attending. We went all day. We went all day in Ohio, in the state capitol. We are actually under the Capitol Dome of the Ohio State Capitol in Columbus, Ohio. Then we went to Los Angeles, the USC. It was much easier to go to where people were than to try to get people to come to where we were. That was the lesson. There's Cliff Neuman. Here we are at the University of Kentucky. The person on the right is the head of elections in Kentucky. The person on the left is a university official there. We went to Las Vegas to do Nevada, the University of Nevada. Again, head of elections is there. A number of state legislators there in the audience. And our final in-person meeting was in Philadelphia to do Pennsylvania at the University of Pennsylvania. This was our final in-person meeting. Why? COVID. We had to do media outreach by television after that, and we were actually in Georgia when USC canceled all travel. We flew back to Washington, D.C. We organized online workshops, and our first one was 3 weeks to the day after our in-person one was supposed to be in Georgia, our first online workshop. All of these bipartisan. Our online workshop in Georgia was opened by the Attorney General, who's very much in the news in the United States, who's a prominent Republican, and the second speaker was the head of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, very much a Democrat. And that really set the tone. We have strong Republican and Democratic speakers throughout the country. We had done 6 in-state in-person workshops. We did 45 virtual workshops, so we did 1 for each state except California, which we did twice. All 50 states. We had more than 4,000 participants in 2020. More than 200 VIP speakers and panelists, US senators, governors, mayors, secretaries of state, election directors, and we tried to have the most senior person in each state begin our conference in that state. So for example, for Utah, we had Senator Mitt Romney, who'd been a presidential candidate in the United States, and he opened it by using his cell phone from a hallway. That's the advantage of being able to do these online. People could join from anywhere. In fact, we had a Secretary of State, I probably shouldn't give his name or his state, and just before he began, he said, "Now, Mr. Powell, do I have to stay for the entire workshop, or can I leave after my remarks?" I said, "Oh, please, Secretary, yes, you should feel free to leave after your remarks, take a question or two if you want." And he said, "Well, good, thank you very much. I'm actually at a funeral. I have to get back inside." He was actually joining us from a funeral, from a church. Here are some of the things that we shared with people talking about tools. When we were doing them in person, we actually handed these out. This is from the federal government. It's a campaign checklist of how to secure your cyber infrastructure. This is really useful, one page. Of course, it's also online. Another one, when we went virtual after COVID began, everyone's working online. How do you secure your cyber infrastructure when you're working online? Very difficult. You have to secure all of your devices because they're all going to be connected. How do you secure them? We also talked about what tools are available from industry. Now, our major support is from Google, but from our first conversation with Google, they said you have to be vendor and platform agnostic. You have to use everybody's tools. So we show how you can get Facebook protection, how you can get Google's Advanced Protection Program. This is a special Google program that is only available to people who are going to be in very sensitive positions, very prominent candidates, very prominent election directors. You have to actually go to this website to get permission to use this software. From Microsoft, their Defending Democracy suite of tools. We finished the year, as I said, with more than 4,000 people. We went back into the field last year, again, only remotely because of the pandemic. We did 10 regional workshops, 5 states each. Scale, we reached 50 states. Scale, 1,500 new participants. And then March 25th of this year, March 25th of last year, our first workshop. In our first workshop, we made a bit of news. This is a picture of Gary Pruitt, the president of the Associated Press of the United States, our national media partner. And when he told us what had happened to the Associated Press on election night of 2020, I said, Gary, can you talk about this publicly? He said, sure. I said, we want you to open our workshops for 2021 by talking about what happened to American media, hadn't been disclosed yet, the night of the election of 2020. And so there he is sitting in the Associated Press office, which was mostly empty because of COVID. And what he said was, there were thousands of sophisticated cyber attacks on the Associated Press. He said it was the worst night of my life. Fortunately, he said, I was on the phone all night with the Secretary of Homeland Security, and we had been warned that the Russians were going to attack us. And so we had double and triple and quadruple redundancy, layers and layers of security. But he said they were sophisticated attacks, thousands coming from, mostly from Russia, but also from Pakistan, North Korea, and other countries. So what were these layers of security that he had? And this is a very military kind of operation. He said that we were prepared if the entire internet had gone down. We had a backup plan. If the entire electric power grid had gone down, we had a backup plan. Because it's actually possible, as we've heard, to actually take down the electric power grid using a cyber attack. He said, if all these things had gone down, if the telephone system had gone down, we had a backup. I said, what's your backup? He said, well, we went back to the year 1848, which was the first presidential election that the Associated Press covered. And how did we cover in 1848? There wasn't even a national telegraph yet in the United States. He said, what we had was messengers and fast horses. So I said, don't tell me you had horses. He said, no, we didn't have horses. We had cars all over the United States full of gasoline or fully charged with electricity with messengers to carry the word of who had won in that particular part of the country. That was the ultimate backup in the case of a massive cyber attack, which had succeeded. There was a massive cyber attack. It did not succeed. So I asked Gary, what would have happened if they had succeeded in attacking the Associated Press? What would have happened? He said, well, we're the only organization in the United States that provides election returns on election night. If they had succeeded, there would have been no election returns, not for weeks, until the individual state secretaries had certified them 2 weeks later. So can you imagine turning on your television or going to your computer and someone says, I'm sorry, there are no election returns tonight from the United States, come back in 2 weeks. He said, our clients include the BBC, they include the Japanese television, they include Russian television. Could you imagine what they would have made of an election in the United States and no election returns? You should think of how the confidence in the American democracy and in democracy itself would have been crushed. So that is our vivid memory from 2020 that we have to guard against for our next major election, which is this year. It's going on right now. Let's see, today is June 2nd. Next week, there are going to be elections in 7 states, the following week in 5 states, and then we have a big national election in November. So talking with the Vice Admiral before the program began this morning, he talked about a digital Pearl Harbor. I said, what we have now is a digital Pearl Harbor every day for which we have to prepare and for which we have to defend. So that's a quick overlook. We're back in the field again for this year. Again, 10 regional workshops for 5 states each. We also are doing in-person meetings. We did one last month at the National Conference of State Legislatures for all of the 50 state legislatures of the United States. Again, they're below that level where Washington is doing their security. It's our job to do their security. That will continue. We're going to be doing some more in-person meetings. And Cliff and Sarah, the next National Conference of State Legislatures election security meeting is going to be in San Diego, so we can drive to it. So thank you very much, and look forward to your questions. I'll be here all day, and thank you to our hosts and partners.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Before I pass on to Professor Botsiou, I will allow a few minutes for questions. So do we have any questions for Adam Powell? Professor Jabiris, you have the floor.
One point of, thank you very much for this fascinating presentation. I just want a point of clarification. You showed that Greece is actually #1 in cybersecurity. Could you please give us a little bit about the source of that and what exactly does it mean? Because I was actually very happy and pleased to see it, but okay, how did we manage that?
It's a national ranking done by Estonia, and they rated themselves #5. So, but I have the source on the slide. I can give it to you. I'll open up my computer and I can get it to you.
And do you think it's credible?
I'm sorry?
That it's actually credible, their methodology?
Yes, it's a widely respected source. In fact, in the U.S., they don't know about this ranking yet, but they think that Estonia is #1. But the Estonians think Greece is #1.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Adam? All right.
I'll be here all day.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you. Konstantina.
Hello, I'm Konstantina Botsiou. I'm professor at the University of Piraeus, Department of International and European Studies, and General Director at the Council for International Relations. Allow me to thank, on my part, our American partners that came a long way to be here with us today. It's a great privilege to have them here, and it's a great privilege to moderate this panel, which is a vivid sample of what was said before by both Professor Virvu and Mr. Powell that this is a multidisciplinary sector. So you see here people coming from the heart of the technological departments like Professor Neuman and Professor Liaropoulos, I guess, as well. Experts also in international relations and political science, like Professor Konstantopoulos, and Professor Tsihrintzis comes also from the technological department and the informatics department of the University of Piraeus, and we also have an expert in law, Professor Lilian Mitrou, and myself, I'm a historian, as you all know, so this is a multidisciplinary photograph of the sector of cybersecurity. I'm not going to go through the huge CVs of all the participants. You can see them on the program on a detailed basis. So I'm just going to read their basic affiliations and give the word directly to the first speaker. Professor Clifford Neuman is the director of the USC Center for Computer System Security and a professor at the USA Viterbi School of Engineering. We're very much looking forward to listening to your presentation, Cliff.
Okay, thank you. And as Adam Powell just mentioned, I've been involved for several years with the Election Cybersecurity Initiative, and in most of the presentations that we've given there, my focus has been primarily on what we say industry best practices, cyber hygiene, what you can do as an individual, what you can do as a company, what you can do as an organization to better protect your systems. Now that's a little bit technical, and I'm going to move up a little bit higher level in this discussion, and I'm going to try to present a little bit more context to help you to understand what it is that we're trying to protect in terms of democracy, which is really the first step in protecting any system, and then understand how that relates to the particular cybersecurity protections that can actually be applied. And in so doing, we're going to bridge sort of the technical aspects, the requirements aspects, and hopefully it'll give you an insight in what's needed in the area of policy, which I think has really been some of the major discussions in the room so far. So that's what I'm going to try to get across. So when I teach my students to design systems to be securable, okay, and there's no system that is completely secure, the best we can do is make it more secure, as the U.S. Ambassador described sort of our Constitution, a more perfect union. It's not a perfect union. The best we can do is make things more secure. The first step in doing this is to understand the problem. What are we trying to protect, and against which threats? So in the past 2 years, as I said, I've been involved in the Election Cybersecurity Initiative. The focus has been on training campaigns and election officials in basic approaches to improve security for elections and election campaigns. So the first thing we're trying to protect is really free elections. And I've only got one slide here. I'm going to build it as we go along, and I'm going to try to present, in some sense, a map that shows relationships between, well, first of all, the requirements on the top. We're going to get later to some of the security technologies that can be applied. And we're going to talk about policy in the middle between these things. So the first thing is free elections. But Adam may already have told you, in fact, I know he's told you, our candidate is democracy. And democracy goes beyond elections. Democracy originated right here in Athens. But there is more needed for democracy to work. It's not just one person, one vote. It's also that that vote needs to be informed. And just across the street, or down the road, at the Pinax, the importance of free expression took root. Today, when we think of democracy, we focus even more broadly on democratic principles, including privacy, equality, justice, and truth. But what do we mean by these principles? Well, privacy is discussed, by the way, in Article 7 and 8 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU. It was also described a long time ago, back in 1890, by who later became U.S. Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis. And it was described there as the right to be let alone. While today we think it is about information, personal information about us, it's really more about how that information can be used to control us, to manipulate us. And that is why it is fundamental, why privacy is actually fundamental to democracy. Equality and justice drive some of the policy decisions that you will have to make, and which I will cover a bit later. Truth, while perhaps not a democratic principle in and of itself, becomes relevant in its denial when citizens are misled or forced to subscribe to disinformation. Now let's shift gears a little bit. The next step in building a more secure system, in this case democracy, is to consider the specific computer security assurances that are relevant and required. Now, the fundamental goals of computer security are integrity, confidentiality, and availability. Usually when we talk about this in our computer security curriculum, confidentiality is usually first, and it's usually what you hear about in the news with data breaches all the time. But for this presentation, I'm listing integrity first, since it is so critically relevant to elections and democracy. So here are some of the mappings when we go between these basic assurances and the goals. The outcome of an election must be accurate and reflect the will of the voters. And the citizenry must have confidence in the system. Systems must do what they are expected to do and should not be corrupted. We've seen major issues with ransomware for many years now. Look at what's happened in Costa Rica with basically their entire government infrastructure and healthcare infrastructure being down for about a month because ransomware attacks. This is really the result of corrupted systems that are supporting that infrastructure. Personal data, when we talk about privacy, as well as observations about what users are doing, what citizens are doing, must remain private, and it needs to be stored securely. So we need to support that privacy through basically confidentiality in some sense, but of course also the policy that says who is allowed to access this information. It must not be disclosed to those not authorized to receive it. And even better, let me draw on the language of the GDPR. There must be legitimate authority to just even process that data and to use such data for a particular purpose. And the systems and services and rights should continue to be available to those authorized to receive and use them. Now that means critical infrastructure services and things that we've become dependent upon, but it also means the ability to participate in the democratic system. And that includes things like free expression, for example. We need the availability of such expression. Now, these assurances are implemented through security technologies. And it is important from a policy perspective that you, when you go back, legislation, developing policies within companies, for example, it is important from a policy perspective that you promote the beneficial uses of these technologies in defense of democratic principles. More specifically, but not limiting, we are concerned with clearly elections and integrity. Now, part of that is the authentication of those voting so that you don't have, your 27 shards of the same pot being cast in to ostracize an individual from Athens, for example. That's why authentication. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have a secret ballot, but you need to make sure that all of the votes are legitimate. confidentiality of votes, that is the secret ballots, for privacy, because without a secret ballot, you've got the ability for manipulation and coercion because individuals are fearful of the repercussions of casting a vote in a particular way. Privacy of personal data, anonymity for some speech, for fear of repercussions. Now, that seems to go sort of in contrast with sort of the authentication of speech and understanding the source of things that are going on. And this is something that's actually difficult to balance, and we need to figure out how to do this in ways that can promote sort of legitimate anonymous speech without similarly enabling the multiplication or amplification of disinformation through non-real entities such as bots in social media, for example. And we also need to promote diversity of opinion. Censorship itself is, in fact, a denial of service of that right to speak your mind, of free expression. Now, among these technologies, the one I want to mention for a moment, or the ones I want to mention for a moment, are authentication, cryptography, and maybe blockchain. So use of authentication supports, in some sense, this idea of one person, one vote. Okay. It also supports, in some sense, this idea of one person, one voice, which is really what we need to prevent sort of this amplification, the echo chambers, everything that's occurring now in social media that allows disinformation to take root so much faster than legitimate and correct information. We want to be concerned about also the integrity of what is conveyed by an individual. Now, integrity can be supported through confidentiality technologies, or I shouldn't say confidentiality, through cryptographic technologies, through what we call checksums, digital signatures. Integrity can also be protected in some sense through blockchain technologies, which help to make it more apparent when information has been changed. In other words, it's a way of making sure that someone can come through and after the fact change history. But it is important to understand that integrity is not the same thing as truth. Okay. Integrity is telling you if something changed, but it's not telling you if the original information that was there was truthful or not. In some sense, that depends on really the voice of the people, the voice of scientists, the voice of others that are critically discussing a particular issue to establish what that might be. But that is a discourse that gets corrupted in some sense through the amplification of certain points of view that occurs technologically because of the algorithms that we see in social media or the manipulation of social media that is occurring through things like bots. Now, some other things that are important here is cryptography, not just for integrity, but cryptography for privacy. But there are some important issues to consider here as well. We see that private communication also being used by criminals, being used by terrorists. But it's important that we have this privacy of communication for ourselves and citizens as well. So I urge you, don't go banning encryption or require backdoors. It's also important to understand that adversaries come and go. When you think about countries that are collecting significant amount of information from their citizens for the purpose of, quote, protecting their citizens, consider the opportunity for regime change. Someone else comes into power, maybe by manipulating elections, but now all that information is in their hands and can be used for other purposes. Or a country can be invaded and overrun. In fact, I used the example in the Ukraine in my class on privacy, where in my midterm exam questions, I was asking students to consider those implications in terms of many of the things that we were discussing. What happens when that information that you are collecting to protect your security is all of a sudden in the enemy's hands. Now let's look to attacks on these principles that are made possible by technology. Now we're talking about sort of the bad side of technology. First of all, understand that technology is in fact a force multiplier. Bots, or for that matter, stolen online identities through phishing, other kinds of attacks that we speak about to quite an extent in our regular messaging during the election cybersecurity campaign. These allow the adversary to pose as multiple citizens to obtain access to voting, to make false statements, to promote their own narratives. And in fact, one of the things that we saw from Facebook and Google during the previous campaigns was they're making additional technologies available, including second factors of authentication, to thwart these kinds of attacks against the legitimate candidates, election messengers, etc. And in fact, we saw Facebook recently extend and open this capability available to journalists and other influencers whose accounts were being targeted by Russia to create false narratives about the Ukraine. So, in some sense, the technology, in that sense, has become a force multiplier in allowing the adversaries to amplify their own voice. But we also can apply computer security technology to try to mitigate some of those particular problems. So technology, including computer security, can be used for both good, but it can also be used for bad, for financial gain, for extortion, terror, or to enable authoritarian states to restrict free expression, spy on citizens, and manipulate citizens' actions, including their speech, through such observations. Whether that's George Orwell's 1984, Big Brother is watching you, or China's social credit score, your social credit just took a hit. What I want you to think about is the kinds of public policy that can be put in place regarding the use of these technologies. Of course, the easy part is promoting good cyber practices by companies and by citizens too. The more difficult policy choices to make involve technologies that protect the bad as well as the good. Now, there are many issues to consider in regulation of things like social media, and these are difficult choices, as such regulation can itself be a restriction of free speech, or to think about sort of requirements in social media not censor things, it's actually an exercise in compelled speech. Recent EU regulations requiring disclosure of algorithms used in making decisions, which includes censorship or promotion of content by social media companies, is probably a good start. But because these algorithms, in some sense, create propaganda from news in terms of the selection of the stories and the messaging that they promote. Now, in reality, they're just being optimized for revenue, but that creates a lack of balance, and that is propaganda on competing sides of an issue. It becomes a form of control that makes elections and speech less free. But there is a risk that such exposure of what these algorithms are could also allow adversaries to deconstruct and find ways to further manipulate those algorithms. Now, when we consider regulations to be put in place on social media, we must recognize that such restrictions are in fact a limitation on free speech, compelled speech, as I mentioned before, of those companies or the employees of those companies. However, that does not prevent society from judging those companies' actions. Now, how should society judge those algorithms? Perhaps we can look to a speech by Barack Obama at Stanford University about a month ago. And by the way, I urge you to find that speech. The entire speech is directly on topic for this conference. But his position with respect to that question was, and I'll quote, "The way he will evaluate any proposal touching on social media and the internet is whether it strengthens or weakens the prospects for a healthy, inclusive democracy, whether it encourages robust debate and respect for our differences, whether it reinforces rule of law and self-governance, and whether it helps us make collective decisions based on the best available information, and whether it recognizes the rights and freedoms and dignity of all our citizens." If we do not judge, again, as individuals and informed consumers, media companies on these principles, we end up instead with the words of Zana Agalakova, who resigned from Russia's Channel 1 with the statement, well, part of her statement, quote, "My reports didn't contain lies, but that's exactly how propaganda works. You take reliable facts, mix them up, and a big lie comes together. Facts are true, but their mix is propaganda." In 1984, by George Orwell, this mix was provided by Winston Smith working for the Ministry of Truth. In the Soviet Union, this election was done in part by Pravda, by the way, which translates from Russian into truth. And today, perhaps this mix is promoted by RT.RU, which really leads you to question whether those facts are true, if you just look at those letters, which is almost, an anagram for truth. Now, of course, today, this mix is also generated by algorithms which create this kind of propaganda on both sides of an issue. And that's, in some cases, the goal of the adversary, the so-called echo chamber, creating discord. But the media companies are doing this to increase engagement, which is translated into their revenue potential. Now, it is a problem of computer security that we need to defend our system successfully, always. The adversary only needs to breach our defenses once. We have a similar asymmetry in defending democracy. That is, we need to apply the principles of democracy all the time. The adversary, those authoritarian regimes, will insist that we protect their rights to interfere with others. So with that, I hope I've got you thinking. I think we will move on to the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cliff. Before moving to our next keynote speaker and then to our discussants that are going to take the floor for a briefer period of time in the beginning and then give their questions to the panel, I would like to remind you, you can see it in his CV, that Professor Neuman was the main designer at MIT of the Kerberos network authentication system. And let me remind you what Kerberos was. He was a mythological monster, a dog with 3 heads and dragon's tail, denying access to the kingdom of the dead. He denied access to the living, and he denied access, vice versa, to the dead. And now we're moving forward to another system, I guess, since you said that there is a huge difference between integrity and truth, where we're trying to find out the cause of death, not only denying access to the dead or to the living. Thank you very much, Cliff. Now we're moving on to our next keynote speaker, Professor Liaropoulos from the Department of International and European Studies at the University of Piraeus. He is also responsible for the cybersecurity research at the department, and among his many achievements, he's also standing on the editorial board of the Journal of Information Warfare. Andrew, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Konstantina. It's a great pleasure to be here and share my thoughts with you, especially with distinguished colleagues from the US. Professor Neuman gave a thought-provoking presentation, and I'll try to touch on some of the issues that he mentioned from a different angle. So my presentation is titled Securing Democracy in Cyberspace, and my presentation is constructed around a certain question. And that question is whether digital technology is disrupting democracy or not, whether digital technology functions as a technology of oppression, and thereby whether information and communication technologies in cyberspace in particular endangers democracy or not. I'm afraid the answer goes closer to the yes, so the last thing that I would like to mention is what we can do in order to address this challenge. So regarding the, let's say, the main question, is digital technology a liberating force, or is it a tool of authoritarian control? Here we can frame the debate in two, let's say, schools of thoughts, the so-called cyber utopians and the so-called cyber skeptics. The cyber utopians, based on technological determinism, they view progress in technological terms, and they, I mean, especially back then in the 90s, they always thought that internet was a technology of emancipation. For cyber utopians, the internet is a platform of individual freedom and democratic participation. Internet enables the global and real-time transfer of data, and it makes possible for almost everyone to publish content. So, driven mainly by liberal ideology, they declare that the information and communication technologies can foster peace, freedom, and prosperity. On the other side, we have the cyber skeptics, which I would like to, in a way, describe them as more pragmatic in a way. They seem to be more conservative regarding the emancipatory potential of the information and communication technologies. They do not really embrace the democratic and liberating potential of cyberspace. On the contrary, they stress the negative implications of the digital revolution. They perceive anonymity, interconnectivity, and low entry cost that are cherished by the cyber utopians as dangerous. For them, cyberspace replicates the traditional power politics and security dilemmas that exist in all other domains. Simply put, cyberspace is just a medium that both state and non-state actors will use in order to exercise power and control. A very general note now on technology. Technology per se has no inherent political logic. I think it's value neutral and can be obviously used for both good and bad purposes. But the users of any technology, in our case digital technologies, need to be competent and control it rather than be controlled by it. So today I'm afraid that we run the risk of having digital technologies control part of our lives and up to a point also democracy, the candidate that we want to protect. Today there are no efficient safeguards and policies to prevent manipulators from causing harm with the same technologies that are designed to connect people and spread information and misinformation and disinformation. A very brief look, and many of the previous speakers mentioned many other examples, at the news reveals that internet freedom, in terms of access, content, and user rights, and thereby democracy, is jeopardized. The examples, unfortunately, are many. Let's start with the concept of digital authoritarianism. We can look in states like Russia, China, and many others. What do those states do? The governments have passed many laws that aim to control not only the infrastructure, the internet infrastructure, but also freedom of expression. These laws aim to censor information, block websites, oblige bloggers to register with the government, and require internet companies to store the users' data on locally based servers. Another challenge is, and I'm sure we're all aware of it, the rise of the surveillance state, or rather the digital surveillance state. We have massive electronic digital surveillance conducted by authoritarian regimes, but also democracies. Let me just highlight and remind you the Snowden revelations about the mass surveillance programs conducted by the Five Eyes, USA, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Another case, very popular again, it's the Cambridge Analytica scandal. We had a consulting firm that harvested personal data from tens of millions of Facebook users and sold it to political campaigns. This case reveals not only how actors can use data to target democracy, but also the power that information and technological giants have. Mr. Powell earlier referred to the elections and Mr. Neuman, so we have evidence from the 2016 Brexit referendum, the 2016 US presidential elections, and likewise the 2017 French presidential elections. All these cases demonstrate that by spreading fake news, manipulating public opinion, and hacking voter registration databases, the integrity of electoral processes is seriously undermined. Election meddling, election interference, is a direct interference in domestic affairs and aims obviously to cause confusion and fear. So, regardless of the means, whether it's dissemination, spreading of fake news, whether it's internet censorship, the hacking of electoral systems, or the establishment of a social credit system, individual freedom and thereby democracy are in danger. So, an ambitious idea now. Can we restore democracy in the digital era? We need to harness the power of digital technology. This entails political reforms, regulating the social media system, breaking the monopolies of technological giants, but also altering the way we treat our data and envision our participation in democratic processes. Let me now highlight a bit more the concept of digital disruption of democracy from a bit different angle from what the previous speaker has said. I'm sure we all agree that democracy is considered the world's preferred model of governance. Democracy faces many challenges. It could be the high level of citizen disaffection with politics, the low level of faith in politicians and governments, the rise of populism, and many more. But I'm not going to obviously focus on that. The latest, in a way, challenge has to do obviously with digital technology, because it creates power imbalances. It destabilizes societies by eroding public trust in many institutions. The power of digital platforms and social media to circulate false information and steer our attention to certain directions has given rise to several alarming issues. To begin with, we have the digitization of state surveillance, which is not the only threat to privacy and anonymity. The state, we all know the concept of Big Brother. Now, apart from the Big Brother, let's say the state, we also have the so-called little sisters, meaning all those companies that gather, use, and abuse our personal data. The commercialization of communication has transformed our economy into surveillance capitalism. The collection of private data that social media does for economic reasons is a valuable asset for authoritarian control. And I believe the first, the best, or rather the worst example that comes in mind is the case of China and the concept of the social credit system. And in China, we have the idea of the social credit system, a system that ranks citizens' online and offline behavior. This Orwellian-sounding control system ranks citizens' behaviors based on their online social interactions. Online posts are ranked in order to restrict access to jobs, travel, and credit. IT companies, even Western technological giants like Apple and Google operating in China, must comply with China's regulations. These regulations require these companies to allow government authorities to surveil the networks, censor private chats and public posts, and extract data. In this information war, the battle takes place in our minds and targets our attention. Planting and disseminating a lie via social media is cheap and easy. On the other hand, identifying the lie, tracking its origins, and communicating your own version of the truth to the same audience is rather costly and labor-intensive. In an era of information plethora, the aim is to capture the attention and exercise influence. Digital technologies empower actors to manipulate public opinion and spread disinformation. Bots produce virality, and artificial intelligence enables psychological targeting and social engineering. The end goal of those conducting information operations or influence operations and disseminate this information is not to project an alternative point of view, but rather to undermine the truth and the very idea of objective reporting. Digital technology has produced a paradigm shift on the way people communicate, receive and share information, and interpret facts and news. The present media landscape is dominated by social media, which functions on a business model that profits from selling advertisements and thus targets the attention of the users. The model that resembles an attention economy model needs to keep users engaged in a digital application for as long as possible in order to expose them in advertisements and gather data about their behavior. Platform algorithms are designed to stimulate user engagement and trigger emotional responses. In this model, the forming of opinion is more profitable than facts, and therefore the emphasis is placed not on logical arguments, but on emotions and controversial events that generate polarization and thereby more traffic. In the attention economy, the main currency is the number of clicks and likes and not necessarily the stating of facts and the construction of rational arguments. In the social media ecosystem, triggering an online debate on a provocative issue that devalues scientific evidence or facts, followed by a controversial message that goes viral and triggers polarization, means good business. In democracy, generating confrontational messages that distort truth and manipulate public opinion means bad business. So, can we reinvent democracy in the digital era? In order to restore democracy, we need to adjust to the present era and rediscover the rules of democracy in an era that is characterized by information plethora, technological giants that control the dissemination of data, political mistrust, and sophisticated algorithms that steer our attention. Strengthening democracy requires strong institutions, media being one of them, empowered citizens being another one. Countering the digital disruption of democracy requires regulations and structures that involve the IT sector, the media system, but even public education. Starting from the latter, governments should embrace digital and media literacy education. Since the public audience is the main target of influence campaigns and dissemination of fake news, educating the public in identifying propaganda is imperative. In an era when social media dominate the public discourse and function as opinion makers, governments need to invest in internet literacy and raise citizen awareness and confront hostile narratives. Citizens will be truly empowered not only when they are properly informed, but also when they are enjoying a transparent digital ecosystem. Therefore, citizens need to know the source of what they are reading, who has paid for it, and why the information has reached them. They need to be aware of the data that is collected by companies and governments and what happens to their data. Last but not least, and Mr. Powell vividly illustrated that earlier, digital technology, I think, should be part of the solution. You mentioned the examples with Google and Microsoft. So, open source intelligence analysis algorithms can assist us in detecting malicious behavior, identifying the methods that are used to disseminate fake news, and distinguish between deep fakes and real videos. Protecting democracy was never and is still not an easy task. In a battlefield that is dominated by fake news, trolls, algorithms, and surveillance mechanisms, democracy can only weaponize its inherent values: openness, truth, and transparency. An effective counter-strategy necessitates an approach that includes an empowered civil society, synergies between the government and the private sector, and a technology that is designed to support democratic values. To conclude, 3 minor points. Technology reflects reality, not the utopias that we dream of, neither the dystopias that we are afraid of. And the reality is that nowadays, democracies are on the defensive. Freedom of expression and privacy are under attack. Authoritarians, technological giants, and malign actors are controlling and manipulating information while exploiting the openness of democracies. The exploitation of big data and artificial intelligence allows malign actors to undermine truth, the legitimacy of information, and thereby public trust and societal cohesion. Defending democracy, as I said, is not an easy task. The tragedy is that the very values that characterize our democracies, rule of law, trust, and openness, make democracies asymmetrically vulnerable in the digital era. Those targeting democracies have utilized digital technology to undermine its core principles: freedom, privacy, consensus building, trust, and safe communication. The essence of democracy is that citizens can make informed decisions. In the digital era, access to reliable information, which is the foundation of democracy, is endangered. Thus, democracy is at the crossroads. Technology is value-free, can still serve us, but regulation and structures are needed to ensure that data will not be used solely for commercial use or to deceive voters, but rather for public good. Enacting data privacy laws, regulating the digital market, engaging citizens to participate actively in public debates, I think all these point to the right direction. In an era that is marked by a decline in digital liberties and geopolitical struggle for technological supremacy, we need to rethink how to approach democracy. This is an enormous task, but also the only way forward. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andrew, especially for stressing the value of truth regarding cybersecurity and democracy, and perhaps one of the most important courses in schools and universities from now on will be a course on how to filter the massive information that comes in every day and gives us the impression that everything is truthful, but it's not.
We face it every day in the classroom with our students because they come up and say, oh, I read this on Google, on the internet, is it true or not?
Exactly. And since we are in the truth business, as we call science, perhaps all of us have a huge responsibility to promote that. Now, we move to our discussants. I would propose that the methodology we follow is the following, namely, we listen to all discussants, and then you can pose your questions to the people that have made the first presentations, Professor Neuman and Professor Liaropoulos. We will start with Professor Tsihrintzis, Professor George Tsihrintzis. He is an electrical engineer from the Greek National Technical University, and he has extensive studies in the US. He has been also at the head, the chair of the Department of Informatics at the University of Piraeus, and he has a very, very long CV. I will not read it because we'll need at least 1 hour to read it. So, Professor Tsihrintzis, please go ahead with your comments.
Thank you, Professor Botsiou, for the nice introduction. Usually, I speak in English only about technological issues, so I hope that to our American friends, what I say won't sound all Greek, as they say. In any way, I'd like to start by thanking Professor Platias for the kind invitation to participate in this interesting forum. I was educated at the undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral level, and actually I did some postdoctoral research under Professor Nikias, all in electrical engineering. But now I've come to realize that I could have become a political scientist because what we discuss here is very, very interesting. And Professor Platias is one of the people to thank for that. I'm really not an expert on the geopolitical point of view of this forum, but I kept some notes from from what I heard from the previous speakers, and I noted here the word collaboration that Ambassador Tsunis mentioned, the word imagination that Admiral Drymousis mentioned, and the phrase democracy relies on us that Commissioner Avramopoulos mentioned. And what came to my mind is the word ethics. Ethics is what our imagination creates and allows this collaboration that Ambassador Tsunis mentioned. And in fact, the ethical framework that we all need to abide by is what has allowed human civilization to reach today's high level. Without an ethical framework, we would still be living in the Stone Age because the individual intelligence of each one of us wouldn't have allowed us to go beyond stone tools or wooden tools. Ethics relates to the regulation that you mentioned earlier on. And I think that we are seeing a paradigm shift in ethics. Up to today, ethics have to do with humans only. In other words, we set rules, we set legal systems, political organizations, companies, and so on, which humans have to abide by. The laws of these organizations have to do with their humans participants. Today we are seeing a paradigm shift because the technology itself, the machines, if you will, itself, or the information systems themselves, need to abide by an ethical framework. Artificial intelligence, for example, has replaced humans, has already replaced humans in decision-making, in financial markets, or in the use of weapons. Sometimes decisions have to be made so very fast that humans are simply too slow to respond. And we need to impose an ethical framework, a regulation that has to do with the technology itself. It is not surprising that major universities, I have in mind Harvard or MIT, actually include courses on ethics in their technological curricula, in computer science, for example. And this is something that perhaps our two departments should discuss and maybe form a joint program, or I'm just, thinking aloud at this point. I'm looking at my notes. This was one issue that I wanted to raise. Another one has to do with the threat that artificial intelligence may impose on mankind, or humankind, if you will. Back in 2008, Professor Nordstrom of the Center for Existential Risks of Oxford University stated in his book that artificial intelligence is not an imminent risk. It's not something that threatens us today or will threaten us in the next few years. But in the long time, in the long run, it will be a threat, and it may be the main threat to mankind. Again, we need to regulate artificial intelligence, and we need to impose an ethical framework for the technology itself, what the technology can do and what the technology cannot do. I heard the opposite opinion by a colleague, a well-known colleague recently. He was saying that humanity cannot be threatened by artificial intelligence because artificial intelligence is an artifact or a creation of humans. Therefore, it cannot outperform humans. This is something that does not hold true, clearly, and we need to keep that in mind. I see many ladies, both in the panel and among the attendants, so I'd like to point out the following statistic by the US Department of Labor. This is a 2020 statistic, or maybe 2021 statistic. It's a very recent one. All positions in artificial intelligence and data science are covered by women at a percentage of only 26%. And faculty positions and positions in research centers in this area are covered by women at a percentage of only 16%. That's 16%. This is a bias that is not only unfair to women, but it is also unfair to the very discipline of artificial intelligence, because a lot of talent is sacrificed, or a lot of talent is wasted and not exploited in the good sense as it should be. And finally, let me say that I'm not really surprised that Greece ranks high in the National Cybersecurity Index. We have a great number of researchers in universities and in research centers in Greece who work in that area and who promote this area within the European Union framework. And I'm actually proud to say that when I was chair of my department between 2016 and 2020, I hired two young assistant professors, Professor Alepis and Professor Patsakis, who actually won an award of $4,000 from Google because they detected risks in Android, which could affect all Android users. Every person with a mobile phone could potentially be affected. I'm not surprised of the high ranking of Greece in terms of National Cybersecurity Index, and I guess that because Greece faces, among other military threats, Greece has invested in that area and has a special interest which exceeds the interest of other European countries. Well, again, thank you very much for the invitation to participate. I have certainly learned a lot, and I hope it didn't all sound Greek to, to our American friends. And again, it was very nice to see Professor Nikias, with whom I worked during my youth. And in fact, I discovered a joint journal paper that we authored in 1996. And Max looks the same, I look much older.
No, you mean to say during our youth.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George. Now we're moving to the next discussant. We're very privileged to host Professor Mitrou. Professor Mitrou has studied law in Athens, at the University of Athens and the University of Frankfurt. And she's a professor at the University of the Aegean. And she's also, among her many distinguished areas in her career, a member of the National Council for Radio and Television, which is a laboratory for observing information, disinformation,
I try to forget it.
Professor Mitrou.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this, I must say, very exciting discussion. I have to face three difficulties. The first is that I have forgotten my notes. I have stored them in my computer, but neither in the USB stick nor in the cloud. That means that I have to speak without any notes. This cannot be, it may be better. The second difficulty that I have to face is that Dr. Neuman and Dr. Liaropoulos and also other speakers have already told very interesting things about privacy and surveillance, etc. And I consider myself a privacy expert. Now I'm not very sure that I have something to add to this. And the third difficulty is that I'm a lawyer. That means that the expectations are to refer to what? Laws, frameworks, imperatives, let's say. Let's try, okay, I'll try to face all these difficulties by raising some points, actually. The first point is that when I heard Dr. Neuman and Dr. Liaropoulos was that there is an inherent tension between privacy and security. And I'm not meaning only the tension that in order to protect security, state security, for example, we have to impose some barriers to privacy. I'm referring also to the fact that while trying to defend cyber democracy through the measures against disinformation, misinformation, while trying to filter the information, to prevent bots to act as humans and influence the election outcomes, that means that we have to impose also, some threats to privacy, to the freedom of expression, and other fundamental rights. This tension, I would say, is inherent in this discussion, and it raises a lot of issues. We can all of us agree that we have to defend cybersecurity, whatever it means. I'll try to come to this later, and to defend democracy. And this is very, very nice, that this cybersecurity securing democracy is really a very nice title for this discussion. But who is the actor? Who is going to set the framework? Who is going to define what is to protect, how it is to protect, and who will enforce this? And in this case, a major issue that we have to reflect on is who will be the actors who have to enforce the fight against misinformation and disinformation, and in this context also against democracy. And in this case, it is unavoidable to have a synergy, let's say, between the public sector and the private sector. Who is the private sector? The private sector actually are Big 7, Big 5, whatever. That means the companies, the platforms who are living from exploiting also information, who are living, make their profit, and it's okay, so I'm nothing against, by collecting data, advertising personal data, and on the same time, they will have the burden, and it is a burden, to filter misinformation, disinformation, and set the very difficult boundaries between freedom of expression and disinformation. And this is really a very difficult burden, and what is necessary in this case is that we have to have very clear rules, what is allowed and what has to be prevented. This is my first remarks. The second one, it was inspired by Professor Tsihrintzis, is the role of ethics, also in this discussion. I am a lawyer. I don't trust ethics, I must say. Ethics is a very interesting basis for discussion and also for developing, evolving, and setting rules, but ethics cannot substitute rules, cannot substitute rules that are obligatory and that they must have to be clear and enforceable. I can support ethics as a supplementary tool for supporting the enforcement of binding rules set by the legislator. And as legislator, I mean the Parliament, and of course, very difficult, legislator in this case cannot be a national legislator. It has to be an international legislator with all the difficulties which are related to this. And let me say a few words also about the difficulty to define security, because in order to be able to define which is the good to be protected, we have to define security, and we have to define cybersecurity. And perhaps we can define cybersecurity as the absence of risks. With which risks? It's interesting to say, and now I'll try to speak without my notes, but as a lawyer, it's interesting to say that the NIS directive, adopted only 6 years ago, the Network Information Security Directive, had not defined threats, attacks, and there was no definition of cybersecurity. Only 6 years ago. The first definition about cybersecurity that we find in the legal framework, in the European legal framework, is this of the Cybersecurity Act, which is a very promising title, but actually the Cybersecurity Act of 2019 is an act about ENISA, the European Network Information Security Agency, and also about the certification framework of cybersecurity tools, which is very important. Perhaps we have not realized the importance of this intervention of the legislator, because there is no scheme, there is no framework till now elaborated, but it aims at certifying the tools, procedures, hardware, software about cybersecurity. This is very important because this is trying to, it's aiming at enforcing also not only consumer protection, not only the security of procedures, hardware, software, applications, etc., but also trust to cybersecurity, which is very important. Let me say that the novelty also of this Cybersecurity Act is that it is, what is the terms, as always, it does not appear in the NIS directive, but in the, I'll try to find the definition, in the Cybersecurity Act means the activities necessary to protect network and information systems. Okay, this is the traditional, actually, approach of security, network, information systems, confidentiality, integrity, availability. My students laugh when I mention CIA, because they are combining this abbreviation with other actually agencies, etc. But also it adds the users of such systems and the persons affected by cyber threats. It may sound something very simple, but it's a novelty, because it's the first time, as far as I know, that persons, affected persons, are mentioned in combination with security. And that is very important, it's very interesting from the point of view of a lawyer, because it may raise the question about a right to be protected against cyber threats and cyber attacks. The tools for protection are already there, very traditional tools, civil law. But perhaps we have to consider also other legal tools and legal means in order to protect. And I'm finishing with a very last remark. This is the problem of when I have to improvise, you know, about cyber war. How can we distinguish, because cybersecurity and cyber war are related notions, but they are not identical. And with war, I mean war. War between two states, or where a state is in a way involved in this warfare, even by accepting a specific behavior in its jurisdiction. And it's very difficult, and perhaps I don't know if you are familiar with the discussion about Tallinn Manual of NATO, etc. It's very difficult to have a clear distinction between a cyber attack against the critical infrastructure of a state and a cyber war. Supported, initiated, whatever, sponsored, whatever, by another state. And we face this discussion again with the Ukraine crisis. In this case, it's easy because we have also war in the very strict meaning. But let me say something which is not very well founded, I must say. Perhaps we could consider as cyber war not only an attack against energy, communications, hospitals, which may cause also human losses, which is also the definition of war, but also if we have a massive attack against the democratic institutions of a state in a very critical phase, let's say elections, or let's say, and you have mentioned, I think, during the e-vote, an e-vote procedure, a distance e-vote procedure, and the election outcome is no more possible, achievable, due to this massive attack. Could we consider a chain of such attacks as a kind of cyber war initiated by another state? Sorry for speaking too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mitrou. This discussion is getting more and more interesting. We have an engineer talking about ethics. This is a more relaxed approach to cybersecurity. Cybersecurity or cyber threats limited by ethics. And we have a legal approach, saying that we recognize law much more than ethics when it comes to the definition of things. So we have to discuss it. Whether we're already there. We need to translate ethics into a more binding legal infrastructure. So we're very anxious to listen to our next discussant, who comes from the political science and economics sector, Professor Ioannis Konstantopoulos from the Department of International and European Studies at the University of Piraeus, and also a professor in many defense colleges in Greece and abroad. Professor Konstantopoulos, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Botsiou. It's an honor to be here with you to discuss about cybersecurity and cyber threats and democracy. In 1982, writer William Gibson coined the term cyberspace. We heard about cyberspace and cyber threats today several times in a story published in 1982. It was the era of the fear of surprise attacks, both from the two superpowers. Strategists were dealing how to avoid surprise attack in a nuclear era. Leaving aside Putin's nuclear threats, moreover, the 1990s was the World Wide Web era, influenced by movies like Matrix. Cyberspace nowadays is actually a fact of daily life. And as we have seen as we have heard from our speakers, cyber threats are not only targeting the political realm, like elections, does not only pose problems for the resilience of electoral systems or problems to democracies, how to confront the next cybersecurity epidemic, which is deepfakes, or how to try and resolve the dilemma, are we going to sacrifice democratic freedoms, human rights, in order to get more security in the cyberspace and generally? So, cyber threats affect not only political security, but also economic security. We have cyber economic espionage that actually is a severe issue between the Chinese and the Americans. As far as technology is concerned, we can have effects on societal security, environmental security, even military security. And cyber threats affects diplomacy, the political domain, social, legal, military, space, infrastructure, economy, intelligence, and information. The most important question is how can we counter those threats? Do we need a holistic approach, which includes the whole government in national, local level, the private sector, and the whole society? Do we need a central responsibility for defense against cyber threats, a cybersecurity policy which is dynamic and must be adapted to technology and circumstances? Do we need a flexible strategy of countering cyber threats? And in the international level, do we need international cooperation? And how can we strengthen international cooperation? We need to actually think out of the box. Intelligence agencies and military agencies are trying to confront scenarios, and those scenarios in the cyberspace can be limited only by human imagination and by technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Ioannis. Now we make a next round with questions we would like to pose to the speakers, and we'll leave some time in the end for discussion with the rest of the people that join us today and give us this great honor. So, Professor Tsihrintzis, would you like to start? Would you like to address one of the speakers, or perhaps discuss among you? Try to give you the sparkle for a discussion with Professor Mitrou, for instance. Ethics or law?
This area of cybersecurity and democracy and political science, like I said before, is very, very interesting, not just to political scientists, not just to engineers, not just to computer scientists. And I'll try to make a prediction. I foresee, and I don't think I'll be proven wrong, that there will be some joint programs within educational institutes in which students will attend courses from a computer science department like ours and from a political science department or an international and European studies department like the one that Professor Platias is in. Clearly, activities like today's activity are very, very helpful because we can get to know each other as we are coming from different backgrounds, and we can perhaps identify some issues that should be addressed in the future jointly. And I mean by engineers or computer science on one part and scientists from political science on the other part. Perhaps at the outcome of this activity of today's forum, perhaps some conclusions of this type could be drawn and distributed among all, among us and among all interested parties. And maybe we should follow up in the future based on today's conclusions. Thank you.
Proceedings.
This is a very good idea, and moreover, and actually what I said, I don't have it written, but I can prepare a write-up if you are interested. But let me say that Mrs. Kerameos, the Minister of Education, was on TV last night, and she actually mentioned that she's going to promote double majors. And she said law and informatics. I would say international and European studies and informatics. And there seems to be an interest at the level of the Department of Education of the Greek government, and maybe we should take advantage of this opportunity at the University of Piraeus or in collaboration with other institutions and work on it.
I think it's the time for our keynote speakers to take the floor again. Professor Neuman, and then Professor Liaropoulos, and then Professor Mitrou, and Professor Konstantopoulos.
Okay, so, you know, in my discussion, I'd like to sort of follow up on some of the points that Lilian Mitrou made. I think that, you know, she started off talking about, well, we've covered so much of it already, but in her presentation, I think she touched exactly on many of the conflicting issues that come up in looking at all of these problems. One of the things that she started to talk about was the issue of security versus privacy. And actually, this question of security versus privacy can be looked at in two different dimensions. You know, one is sort of the technical definition of security, and the technical definition of a secure system in the computer security curriculum, in high assurance systems, for example, is that a system is secure if it correctly implements the intended policies. But interestingly, that means you can have a system that is secure that does completely the wrong thing. because it is entirely based on the policies that you intend the system to enforce. And I think in my discussion, I tried to point out that really it is the policies that define what is implemented by these underlying security assertions. And those policies need to correspond in some sense to the democratic principles that we are trying to further. So the harder problem is not so much the technical aspects of security, but in getting those policies right. And those policies themselves sort of take two levels. They're sort of the low level, the mapping onto confidentiality, integrity, availability, but also the higher level, quote, public policy, and that's where democratic institutions have to make their claim. A second, and by the way, that's a definition, sort of the technical definition of security, sort of looking from a technical perspective at privacy. I always teach my students that privacy is in fact not a technology, it is a policy. And if you're trying to provide privacy, what you need to do is specify what is to be performed by the underlying security mechanisms. Now, the tension between security and privacy takes another dimension. And, you know, I went back 100 years to Justice Brandeis. I'll go back 250 years now to Ben Franklin, who told us that those who give up essential liberties in pursuit of temporary security deserve neither. Yes. I might not have had the quote exactly right, but that's the point that he made. And, you know, I think that in some sense, you know, defines a little bit of my thinking in some of this area. I think maybe, well, you know, we like to think of it as sort of an American way of thinking. Distrust of government is a very American thing, not in a very different sense than maybe some other governments might see that. So that's where a lot of the difficult balance needs to come into play here, and that's why there is not one absolute answer to all these problems. That's what makes it harder for us trying to promote democratic principles versus those that are more authoritarian, that don't need to live with the consistency between their views across the board. She also discussed the issue of cyber warfare, and in my view, the biggest problem there in terms of sort of the kinds of cyber warfare that we've seen is the weakness of attribution. In fact, you know, much of the cyber warfare that we see imposed by Russia, for example, is all through proxies, with the, quote, plausible deniability of whether it's actually funded or supported or has simply been launched and now raises their funding through criminal enterprises. And that asymmetry is very similar to sort of the asymmetric warfare we see, you know, in terrorism, for example. So that's one of the things that makes it difficult, not having that absolute attribution, which makes it problematic on the perspective of maybe the more democratic, maybe the target of these in terms of retribution and response. So I think those are some of the points that I had, but you know, I think that Lilian sort of honed in exactly on really all the controversies, all of the requirements to balance competing interests when we think about these problems.
Yes, thank you. Lilian proved that we need a lawyer in the panel, obviously. So I would like to highlight a couple of points as well. The first one, and it's a favorite theory to use, is the aspect of securitization in general, about broadening the aspects of security. What is the reference object for security every time? So the same applies, obviously, in cyberspace. And I tell my students always the first time I was trying to analyze the literature, I came up with all these security-related terms: computer security, network security, data security, information security, critical information infrastructure. And I thought, well, I'm going to do security, but what's the term that I have to pick, because I'm not an IT, I'm a political scientist. So it's a good example of all the things that we are gradually, let's say, securitizing, starting from the fiber optics, the cables, the computers, the infrastructure, but also when it comes to data and the end user, the way people, users of internet, use data and everything, it gets more complex. And this is where we come in as political scientists and lawyers, and we see all those aspects we have to securitize, like freedom, anonymity, privacy, even ethics. So that's one way of having a conceptual framework about the various types of, let's say, cybersecurity. The other is to consider the level of cybersecurity. Are we looking at my personal, as a citizen, security, my safety? Are we looking at national security, because obviously it means different things to every state, or even international security, more ambitious? Let's have an international treaty at the UN and solve more or less everything. And since semantics are important, we labeled cyber and information security many times, and we mentioned Russia quite a few times today. Think of what Russians approach these ideas. They do not use the terms data and cyber. They use information security. They have a different, maybe broader approach of how to securitize these elements. And they say, I'm not really concerned about the mean, the infrastructure only, but I'm concerned about the content, the information there, and that's what I want to securitize. And on your first, more or less, comment about the classic dilemma about privacy and security, whether we have to sacrifice certain things. I think that the tricky thing, if we go forward with the argument, okay, let's do regulations, let's find somebody who will enable, do all these things, is it just the state, or will we have also a partner, public-private partnership, or will we also have a partner in crime, the private sector? And do we trust or not? And it goes back to the classic question, who is watching the guardians? And who are the guardians now? It's just only the state, or also those big companies that might not really trust so much. So thank you, Lilian, for your comments.
Actually, I could speak for hours, as every lawyer. I would say that the main question is who is going to do what. But it has to be he, she, it has to be legitimization. Legitimization means both. Legitimization to regulate and legitimization to impose sanctions. And being banned from Facebook is a kind of sanction. And perhaps it's correct so. I mean, nothing against. I can defend the ban from Twitter, Facebook, etc., also in very known cases. And I support it. But it has to be framed. And it has to be framed, and it has to be in a way controlled. And this is my main problem. How we can, I'm sure that we cannot say that we can strengthen cybersecurity, strengthen the dialogue in a secure cyberspace without the support of the private sector. The question remains, and I have not an answer, how we can control it. There is a tendency in the EU and in the US in the last years, in the last period, to exercise a kind of control, not via a kind of democratic control, but a kind with the means of competition law. This is also the trend in Europe, and this is also it raises, of course, issues of sovereignty, of digital sovereignty, of strategical sovereignty, economical sovereignty, and it's really very important that nowadays the data protection authorities are exercising a very deep control concerning the use of public cloud, the use of platforms like Amazon and Oracle, etc., and Microsoft platforms by the public sector. Let me finish, because we have no time, and by saying that the discussion about artificial intelligence in the last, let's say, 5 years is a very good paradigm how we can discuss about ethics, technology, and law. Because there was a realization that technology is posing a lot of issues concerning the uses of artificial intelligence, which is not so new, of course, it's 70 years old, an old lady, actually. Now we realize that it's an everyday issue. We have the problems of technology. We tried to answer this by referring to ethics, because there was the law, was there. But nobody wanted to discuss with, in relation with the legal barriers. And then we realized, at least in Europe, that ethics could not provide a persuasive answer to this. They could not give an answer how we can organize a machine learning application to hire personnel for, let's say, for Amazon, or for a Greek authority also, or for a Swedish authority, there was an example, without having any biases already embedded in the design, in the data set. But what is bias? Who will collect the data sets? Which data sets are allowed to be used and chosen? This is a question that has to be taken by the law and by the legislator, and to differentiate between public sector, private sector, to try to strike a balance between the competitive rights, also the rights between security, privacy, etc. What I mean is that there is a need, and the artificial intelligence discussion is indeed the very interesting and very exciting paradigm about how this approach has to be holistic. As the case of artificial intelligence is also the case about security. We cannot discuss security only as a technical or as a policy issue or as a legal issue, because in this way there is no comprehensive and answer, let's say. Thank you.
Much. So you have stressed again the combination of ethics, technology, and law, and we heard in this room also about the importance of political science and public choice, public policy as well, in the way. But okay, okay, but we you know, this discussion reminds us of the dilemmas that we've already seen in international relations regarding who guards whom. And there are also very important differences between the European and the American model and the way they read human nature. We start from there. Professor Konstantopoulos, your final comments, and then we can open the Q&A session for some minutes.
Thank you. If we delve into the literature of strategy, we can find two schools of thought concerning how can we counter threats. We have the pessimists who believe that the success of cyber war and cyber threat is unavoidable. The victim can do nothing to counter them. The attacker has the initiative and the strategic advantage, and the defender has a structural disadvantage. And deterrence in the cyberspace has failed. On the other hand, optimists state that the counter of cyber threats is possible if the victim succeeds in framing a threat perception, early warning, and effective response. That means enhancing resilience. Some cyber attacks can be actually confronted. We can't have the number of the real cyber attacks that are taking place every day. So this is a limitation. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions, please, for our speakers, discussants, for the panel? Please pose your questions and say you would like to ask. Professor Platias, I think, is the first one.
Not really question, but I was impressed by your comment about how the social media platforms operate. And you said something, I think, that settled the issue. They just don't care about truth or not. They care about popularity. And that's their business model. And actually, they have incentives, and the algorithm insensitizes popularity even if the content is extreme and fake. So that's the central issue here, and I'm delighted that you brought it up.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's the issue of engagement. How do they keep people engaged longer, which translates into revenue? And if you want to see a very interesting sort of semi-fictional but semi-documentary, look to The Social Dilemma, which is on Netflix, I believe. But it really explains a lot of this. I mean, wound into a storyline.
Other questions, please? Yes, please.
This is a question for Mrs. Mitrou. Thank you for your excellent presentation, as always. I would like to ask you the way that the EU regulates its digital space is effective in order to tackle a scenario of electoral interference, disinformation campaigns, fake news, and all the things that combines during the elections. Do you have any proposals?
If the misinformation initiative is effective or not, I cannot actually provide an answer, because I think it is important that the European Union is trying to tackle this issue. And the last developments have proved also that the EU considers misinformation, disinformation as a real problem, a real life problem, and not only a kind of attack to its integrity, its democratic integrity, and to its sovereignty also. And I think that the initiatives concerning the regulation of misinformation, as also as a development for this kind of memorandum with the private sector and all these platforms that had actually accepted to act as a kind of guardians, is a first step. If it is effective, if it may bring some persuasive and deterrent solution, I'm not very sure about this. I think this is the kind that Europe tends to face these issues. Sometimes, and this is also more relevant about the cybersecurity legislation, Europe is actually aiming at facing these problems in a procedural way. They define the principles, they define some basic rules in the case of cybersecurity, but actually it's more procedure what is laid down in case of cybersecurity. In case of misinformation is actually, I think, is again the procedure at the first stage. But I'm not very sure if it could be in another way, the way they intervene.
Other questions? So I think we can finish here and have our break. Thank you very much for attending this panel. See you later.
Okay, good evening to everyone. We're now starting our final panel discussion and presentations. The hallmark of a really good and interesting event is when you start early in the morning, you have lunch and non-alcoholic drinks, and the people come back for the final session. It means we have captivated, or they have captivated your attention, and this makes me very happy. I will make some brief introductions, and then this is going to be 90 minutes, and then we'll do some awards, and we'll wrap it up. So 90 minutes, and then I'll ask Professor Platias to come here and give some plaques. Before I start, I was listening to the previous panel, and a lot of what we said today, and historically, democracies have been very fragile things. Also, contrary to what a lot of people think in the West, historically speaking, if we look at the past 3,000 years, democracies are rare. This is not the major way that we organized, the major political unit in human history is not a democratic polity. And they're difficult, and Professor Nikias said very correctly, they're messy, and they're different, and they change over time. There's a famous story, and if anyone has not watched, there's a great PBS documentary on Benjamin Franklin, which will really captivate you. It's just really well done. And there was a Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. The Americans know this story, but I'm going to say it again for the benefit of the Greek students. And people were waiting outside, and they were trying to find out, okay, we're going to have a new constitution. What kind of regime are we getting? And Benjamin Franklin said, a republic, if you can keep it. Because he knew democracies, republics are fragile. With this in mind, this panel discussion is about cybersecurity and democratic elections. You cannot have fair and free elections. You can't have democracy. It was said today very correctly, democracy doesn't end with one person, one vote, one election. But that's the foundation. You need to build on that, but without that, you just don't have a democracy. So I'm very interested to see what we hear today, and then there's going to be a little discussion. 90 minutes, I'm going to be very tough about it. Matthew Turpin on my right, Senior Advisor at Palantir Technologies, Fellow at the Hoover Institute, and now he joined our summer school in ITEHE yesterday, and I think he's going to become a regular. And he's going to fundraise for us as well, so thank you very much. Do not think that I forgot. Sarah Mojarad on my left. I was actually hoping she had promised, being a leading expert, that she was going to bring Bill Murray, an American actor, into her presentation. But she has second thoughts, and I'm devastated. But we are having dinner tonight, so I'm actually going to hear about what she had in mind. But let me also say that she teaches at the Viterbi Engineering School at USC. And Professor Nikias knows this. I was, this April, Mr. Viterbi actually mailed in a question to my public lectures, which was very flattering to me. And we should talk about his idea, but this doesn't belong to this conference. And then we cannot get enough of Adam Clayton. So you're back as a discussion. We just want more of you. And last, but boy, certainly not least, my colleague, Professor Hadjiemmanuil, who is, I've said this before, I'll say it again, he's the smartest of all of us. I'm saying this. He's also very strict. So be careful with your presentations, because if he doesn't like something, I mean, he's very smart, and he's not a diplomat, though. He would never be a diplomat. But he's done other very impressive things in his life, and he's on the Monetary Policy Council of Greece, this long CV, but he's strict. So if you make a mistake, or he thinks you made a mistake, you're going to find out about it. So, which is true, I'm not lying. So without further ado, let's start with, who's first on the schedule? Whoever is first. Matthew, you're first. Okay.
Well, Aristotle, thank you so much. And I want to first give a couple of thank yous to Professor Platias. Thanks so much for inviting me out. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for your hospitality. And to my colleagues at the University of Piraeus and the University of Southern California, it has been an absolute pleasure getting to know you. So I'm so happy to join you. It is a real treat to be here in Athens in person, after really 2 very difficult years for all of us. So it's really special to be able to come together in person and talk and deal with one another. And I also want to make sure that I'm sort of giving a shout out to Greece's future leaders. We have a number of students in the audience who I am so glad to see that they have shown up and are participating today. I think the future of Greece is quite bright by just kind of looking around the room and seeing the faces that we have here with us. So my background, while I'm at a technology company and I'm at a think tank, my policy background is really in U.S.-China relations. And so I thought I would sort of start my remarks today around sort of placing sort of the threats and the geopolitical rivalry of the cyber and information domain within a broader context of geopolitical competition. And maybe that will help us sort of begin a discussion to be able to sort of place these concepts that we've heard about all day today. So I think it's a bit of a cliche to say so, but it's also true that we are experiencing some significant transitions in the world today. And I want to focus on 2 of them that I think that are interrelated. We have a transition in geopolitics, and I think that transition in geopolitics comes from our conceptions around the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union, and what Francis Fukuyama sort of talked about as being sort of the end of history, this idea that we had reached a sort of the penultimate political regime type of sort of liberal democracy, and that would be sort of the end of the discussion, right? That we would be in this world in which that regime type was not only ascendant, but was sort of unchallenged. And we'd live in a geopolitical world that sort of moved beyond great power competition, that moved beyond those sorts of things, that we would focus our concepts around national security to be focused around terrorist groups and rogue regimes, but that for the majority of sort of human existence and the interaction that countries would have would all be within a broader normative liberal international system. And that liberal international system would serve as sort of the operating system for how the world would work, and that what it would provide is significant advantages to other democracies and market economies. And there was a degree in which we felt that was the truth. That is the world we were living in. And I think that it is probably quite easy to see that perhaps we either had misjudged that outcome, or that things had not changed nearly as much as we had thought. And we are in a period where we are shifting back into a period of great geopolitical competition, and that is unfolding sort of across the world stage. We can see that happening just within Europe to the north of us with Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. But we can also see that from the myriad of activities that the Chinese Communist Party pushes forward through its efforts to sort of push back against a democratic liberal international system. And so that's one area. So there's a geopolitical shift that's happening. Simultaneous with that, there's a technological shift that's happening, particularly in the realm of information technology. And I think this is important for all of us to sort of keep in mind. We've all sort of been existing within the milieu of the rise of information technology. A number of folks in this room are digital natives. Some of us in this room are old enough to have remembered the before times. But we're all sort of living within a digital social media world. And it's a world that I think, as it was coming about, I think we believed that it would fundamentally reinforce that liberal international order, that it would serve as a buttress to that liberal international order, because it would get around, it would promote transparency, it would promote connections across the world, it wouldn't be hindered at borders, you would be able to speak with folks around the world and interact and understand their views, and we sort of had a belief of what that would look like. And again, I think we're also going through a similar sort of process in which we're also seeing some of the downsides of that technology, or seeing that perhaps that technology isn't simply a force for good, but that it is sort of agnostic, and that it can be used for both malign and benevolent outcomes. And we're now having to deal with that. And so, to a certain degree, we're sort of living through a period of unrealized expectations. We had very sort of positive expectations of what the international system would look like, and what sort of the new technologies would provide us, and we're now dealing with sort of a new world. So I wanted to sort of maybe transition from there to sort of talk about why are we seeing, so a number of the earlier panelists and discussants had sort of brought up this idea that what we are seeing is sort of foreign interference in our elections, and that our elections are under threat, and that we have countries that are actually intervening on that. And I maybe wanted to pick that apart a little bit about, like, why would they do that? And why are we seeing these kinds of actions? And then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, who I think will cover in much greater detail the sort of the how and some of the other details. But I wanted to sort of put it into a broader geopolitical construct. And I think that we have to take a look at this interplay of our expectations around geopolitics and our expectations around technology. That for largely two regimes, a regime in Moscow and Beijing, both viewed this rise of a liberal international order as an existential threat to their own regimes. And they are acting as you would expect them to act, which is to push back against and seek to change that system to something that advantages them. And that's what sort of puts us in this period of geostrategic rivalry, which I think, unfortunately, is increasingly looking like a new Cold War, in which the competition between nation states that have very different worldviews about how the world should be organized, that competition is unfolding across nearly every domain. And there is certainly a very real effort to avoid direct military conflict between the leading powers of that. We're seeing, obviously, that competition unfold in terms of conflict, but that becomes localized, whether that's in Ukraine or Georgia. But we are also seeing that competition, that rivalry unfold across nearly every other domain: ideological, informational, diplomatic, technological. And I think what comes about here is the ability of states that seek to protect themselves from a liberal international order, seek to use the tools, the new tools of information technology and social media, in order to weaken democracies, to sow confusion, and to potentially lead to an international order that is more friendly to their regime type, which, for those of us who live in democracies, is very problematic, because a liberal international order, a rules-based international order, is something that both guarantees our national security and our economic prosperity. And so, to a certain degree, there is a bit of a zero-sum competition going on about what an international order should look like. And I think that what we are seeing is that the tools of information technology and social media are useful tactics and techniques to achieve the ends of regimes in both Beijing and Moscow. And we can see this in the significant effort that the People's Republic of China is doing to amplify the misinformation that Moscow is pushing about the war in Ukraine. That while social media platforms have taken significant efforts to block what the Kremlin is putting out, what we are seeing is the PRC using its social media platforms and its internet platforms to continuously push those same messages. And so there is an alignment of what's happening in a broader picture. Maybe I'll just go through a few more comments here. And maybe I'll kind of end with a couple of takeaways here. So I think that sort of where we're at right now is that there's sort of, I think there's sort of two main takeaways that hopefully I can get some feedback from the discussants on and maybe open up to questions. But first of all, I think there's nothing sort of inevitable about our democratic systems surviving. And there was a belief for a long period of time that these were sort of inevitable and that they didn't actually require sort of concerted maintenance to keep the democratic systems operating with legitimacy and with the trust of populations. And we're seeing that that's in fact not the case. And therefore, it is going to require significant effort to keep our democratic systems alive and well. It will require constant attention. You know, as Adam Clayton Powell remarked this morning, it is a race without a finish line. And so, I think that's an apt description. I've often used that sort of it is a baton race without a finish line. And I mean by that is that it requires the handing off between generations of the baton of democracy, that you've got to continuously be concentrating on running your own race, but that you're ultimately handing that off to the next generation. And obviously, some of the challenges in a baton race is that it's very difficult to do those handoffs. And therefore, that's a concept that we should probably be thinking about. My second takeaway is that, unlike I think what we had thought 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, information technology, the cyber domain, and social media are fundamentally domains of geostrategic competition. The way in which we've set them up, the ability to sort of capture attention, to influence opinions, make them extremely, extremely attractive to those who wish to execute sort of geostrategic goals. It becomes a vector to look at that. And I think that, unfortunately, the way in which we chose to set this up with some assumptions in which we had moved out of a geostrategic period has meant that it has created significant vulnerabilities for us in how those platforms operate. And we're going to need to think long and hard about taking democratic values and placing it into the way in which those platforms are organized. I think it will still remain the case that we will want platforms to have a private aspect to them, but increasingly they are becoming utilities. And as we think about utilities as democracies, there are things that we require of utilities that we don't necessarily require of all private companies. And increasingly, I think we're going to be forced to do that. Now, I don't think we've got a solid answer yet, but I think events like this are the kinds of steps we need to be taking in an open democratic discussion about what kinds of platforms and processes do we want to have that essentially become our public square for being able to share ideas and interact with one another. And that is going to be integral to how do we think about social media, information technology into the future. Because it is very clear that it can be manipulated, and those who wish to do so will manipulate it for things that undermine our fundamental interests. So maybe I'll turn it back over to you, Aristotle.
The floor is now yours, and then we'll go to the discussions.
It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon with everybody. My name is Sarah Mojarad, and I'm a lecturer at the University of Southern California. My areas of expertise are in social media, misinformation and disinformation, as well as science communication. Today, what I'll be doing is presenting information about the past, present, and future on disinformation and democratic elections. So first, I will be defining disinformation. Then I will be discussing an example from ancient Rome. I'll discuss a couple of cases from Latin America and provide 2 examples that are more recent, and close with a few considerations for the future. I define disinformation as false information that is created and spread to intentionally mislead people. Now, disinformation is not a new concept. It is something that has been around for many, many years. We've heard various examples throughout the day. Just to add one more example, 31 BC, the Battle of Actium. Leading up to this point, there were active disinformation campaigns between Octavian and Mark Antony. And these were vicious campaigns, and propaganda and disinformation was used against one another. So,
we say Actium is actually in Greece, so it's part of Greece. So there's a Greek connection as well.
Okay, thank you for that. And so I was looking into the history of this and found that the disinformation was in the form of poetry as well as in coins. So here we're seeing what one journalist dubbed as short, sharp slogans written upon coins in the style of archaic tweets. So if you are on Twitter, you know that now if you have a piece of disinformation, then your tweet could be marked as disinformation. So I thought I would add that. But what's interesting, too, is to keep in mind that disinformation in the past, and examples like this, they took quite a lot of effort to manufacture. Making poems and coins and things like that is not something that was easily done compared to today's disinformation. So that's one aspect that has changed significantly from the past and the present. Other people have touched on this point today as well, because all you need is a computer or a cell phone to be able to put out this disinformation. So technology has really had a substantial impact on the way disinformation spreads and is accessed. And that's all thanks to things like speed, connectivity, this access to information, and then sophisticated attacks, which I will also be touching upon. So one point I do want to mention is that the 2 cases that I'm going to be sharing now are from this great article that was published in Bloomberg called How to Hack an Election. And this was published back in 2016. And it's a really nice piece because it offers us a rare glimpse into the activities of political hackers. And so it's a profile of Andres Sepulveda, who is a Colombian political hacker. So what you're seeing here is Luis Costa Bonino. He is a former political consultant for Mexican president candidate Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador. And he was let go from that position because of a phone hack and a website spoofing scandal that took place in 2012. And so I thought this was an important quote to mention here. He says, "Having a phone hacked by the opposition is not a novelty. When I work on a campaign, the assumption is that everything I talk about on the phone will be heard by opponents." And that's very scary to me that this was said in 2012, and today we know that to be a reality. So these types of cybersecurity breaches and political campaigns are occurring everywhere. And here's another example. Someone had mentioned earlier today the point about having internet outages on election days. And this is just one example of this occurring. And this was also a strategic campaign because not only was the internet out for 20 minutes on the election day in April 14th, 2013 in Venezuela, but the president's Twitter account was also hacked simultaneously, as well as several other political candidates and important accounts. So these are just a couple of things that, as I'd mentioned, these are not current. These are about a decade ago. So now if we switch gears and look to something a little bit more recent, such as the 2022 Philippine presidential election that just ended last month, we see a lot of these types of campaigns, but also some interesting pieces that I want to mention, and this is all thanks to social media. So in the New York Times, a reporter interviewed this person you see here, who is known on TikTok as Mammy Pang, and the reporter said, what you're presenting here in this video, in this TikTok video, is a piece of disinformation. And she was asked, what do you think of this? And this TikTok micro-influencer said, so what if it's incorrect? And I think that's a major issue with the disinformation that we're facing today, is that often people who spread it don't necessarily care about the quality of the information that they're sharing. So this account was actually banned on TikTok. She had about 30,000 followers. Well, I went on this morning to take a look, and guess what? She has a new account, and that's what you're seeing here. And so what she was doing in this case, in the screenshot that you're seeing, is she knew that her account would be taken down again. So instead of trying to grow her audience once again, she instead said, go to my Facebook page. That's where you can follow along my information. So I will touch on this point again, but this is this cross-platform strategies that are taking place on social media. And so not only that, one thing that we should be very concerned about too when it comes to debunking misinformation and disinformation is that the social media landscape is changing significantly. So what you're seeing here is the same person, and she has her tripod and her phone, and now what people are doing is live streaming videos. Everything is being live streamed. So how do you debunk misinformation and disinformation when it's coming through on live streams? That's something that I would like for you to think about as you consider ways to combat this misinformation and disinformation. So the issue that we're really facing here is the erosion of public trust in credible sources of information, but this is providing new opportunities for these disinformation influencers. So the person that I just highlighted, I would consider to be a micro-influencer, but we can now briefly look at someone who is, has a much larger profile and campaign. So Dinesh D'Souza recently released the film 2000 Mules. He is a conspiracy theorist who has millions of followers on various social media accounts. And this film was released last month, and it basically calls into question the legitimacy of the 2020 American presidential election. And what he's done in this film is taken video footage of people across the United States who are submitting their ballots in 2020, and he is suggesting that these folks are somehow engaging in voter fraud. And this has caused all sorts of issues, especially as each state is, has their own primary elections. And although this has been debunked many times over by many trusted sources, this video continues to spread for a number of reasons, some of which are it taps into this emotion where it increases fear and outrage of our democracy being threatened, and it reinforces these echo chambers. So for example, former President Trump has shared this video many times over, and he's a big fan of 2000 Mules. But also there's a stickiness factor, interesting factor to it, and this is an important concept to consider, especially when it comes to debunking. Most of the time, debunking does not get the attention that it needs or deserves because it simply lacks this stickiness factor. people are on to the next rumor or the next interesting thing.
And why is it called 2,000 viewers?
Yes.
Why though?
Because he's suggesting that 2,000 people participated in the election fraud. Yeah. So these types of things have real offline impact. And so when these rumors started to spread and the suggestion that the 2020 election was not sound, there were people who took things into their own hands to try and see if the election was actually valid. So in this case, in 2021, we saw that someone in Elbert County, Colorado, he copied sensitive voter information, and he has been recently prosecuted over this. And his claim is that he was doing this to check to see if the information had been corrupted and it was no longer legitimate. So this has been a really interesting case to follow. So very briefly, the disinformation landscape is changing. It's becoming much more persuasive and much easier to spread than, say, the first example I showed in this presentation. These cross-platform strategies are ensuring that misinformation continues to spread, even if accounts are taken down. And disinformation is hosted on some of these alternative platforms that may not have strict community guidelines. So what's next? If there's one unique aspect of this presentation that I want to leave you with, it's this line that I have in bold here. We've talked a lot about different solutions and ways to approach a lot of the issues involving misinformation, disinformation, and cybersecurity. But the bottom line is that we need people to care about the quality of information that they create, that they consume, and that they share. So thank you.
So I'd like to thank both of you for your very optimistic presentations. And that's a lot, you know, we're thinking about this now. It's important. But as we're all thinking, we now turn to my colleague, Professor Hadjiemmanuil, to start with the first. We switched. It's my privilege, so you get the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen what are the American perspectives on the issue of disinformation and electoral integrity. We have also heard something about how the same ideas operated in classical Athens and ancient Rome. Please allow me to bring to the table a different perspective, a contemporary European one, in order to briefly introduce my personal views. I would like to take you through the current state of the debate at the European level, European Union level. If you go through the materials concerning electoral integrity, democratic resilience, and cybersecurity, as they are reflected both in European Commission and European Parliament documentation and other related papers, you'll notice that there are a number of threats or risks of issues that come up again and again. I would subsume them under 5 headings. First of all, the evident one, the integrity of the electoral process per se, including cybersecurity issues relating to the technical handling and the procedural operation of the electoral process. Then again, however, you have 4 other headings that relate to the shaping influence of electronic media and of the digital platforms, how they influence elections, how they may be conducive to polarization, some sort of have a degrading impact on the quality of the political process, how they may involve all sorts of problems for the democratic process, even though the electoral procedure per se is not directly affected. And under this category, I would include 4 separate headings. What we have repeatedly discussed today, how the media environment has changed beyond recognition due to the technological shift to digital platforms, and how the business models of these platforms affect information and information processing, including in an electoral context, is one. Then again, you have another issue. We tend to discuss the two together, but they are separate issues: disinformation. Preferencing of certain information or polarization as induced by the business models of technology companies is not tantamount to disinformation or disinformation campaigns, so this should be addressed separately. Then again, in Europe, a pressing issue is financing of political campaigns, something that does not arise in the American context because of this famous decision, catastrophic decision of the Supreme Court concerning campaign financing, but I won't enter into that. In Europe, there is no question that we consider that party financing and campaign financing is a matter for public regulation, and also requires not only the imposition of limits on expenditure, but also on limits on sources of funding and transparency concerning both the sources and the amounts of funding. So how this relates to online campaigns is an important policy issue currently in Europe, and there is legislation pending. I will return to this in a minute. The fourth rubric, if you want, or heading, under which European policymakers address not the electoral process itself, but the shaping impact of the digital environment, has to do with foreign interference, precisely what Matthew Turpin was talking about before, and how the electoral process is not only an internal issue, but also an issue of international relations and security policy from the European perspective. I would like to add a sixth dimension that is largely absent, at least when people debate specifically the question of cybersecurity in relation to politics, namely the fact that you may have state-based threats to the electoral process and to the democratic process, and this is quite evident in the case of certain of the member states. This is something that we don't want to raise, but it is true, it is there. The state itself can be an impediment, either because a government and the deep state corrupt the electoral process, or because, and this is my personal take on it, and you won't like it, because a well-meaning liberal political regime threatens the political debate by doing good. I will return to this point at the end of my comments. The integrity of the political process as impacted by online platforms is not simply a side thought in European policy making. It is a central idea and one of the 6 pillars of the von der Leyen Commission's program. So the priorities of the current Parliament and the current Commission include 6 main ideas. One of them is a new push for European democracy, as they call it, and there, in addition to constitutional reform through the Conference on the Future of Europe and the enforcement of rule of law against miscreant governments, including the Hungarian and Polish governments, which are supposed to be no good European citizens or no great friends of the rule of law. In addition to that, you have matters falling under this heading which directly relate to today's topic, in fact, to the topic of this particular panel, and I will identify what these are. Under the rubric Strengthening the Democratic Fabric of Europe, you see matters concerning the integrity of elections, but there you don't see much concern about the digital aspects as much as an intention to engage European citizens more intensely, including by ensuring that all European citizens can participate in European and local elections, not national elections, no matter where they live. There is an emphasis on media freedom and an intention to subsidize or to support independent media. But what is directly relevant for our discussion is another element, namely new regulations, including legislation on European political parties and on political advertising. A few months ago, a regulation was, a regulation or a directive, regulation was proposed imposing, it does not impose, it will impose when it is enacted, limitations on political advertising through digital platforms. The proposed legislation includes two main things. The one thing directly relates to a very common practice whereby political information or disinformation, political advertising remains hidden. It is presented as being just a normal part of social interaction, a tweet, some sort of distributed information, or as a bona fide news item, while in reality somebody has paid for that. In order to address this problem, the proposed legislation will impose a strict requirement on platforms to ensure that they know who pays for advertising, to make absolutely clear that an item is advertisement and not a bona fide private communication, to keep registers of who has paid, to keep registers of how much has been paid, this to ensure transparency of the relevant information, and this will also feed into the campaign limits that I was discussing before. So this will make campaign financing limits effective. This is hugely important and a very positive development, step forward. The other thing that this piece of legislation intends to do is to impose very strict rules on what we were discussing before about the business model of digital platforms. They try to keep you engaged, but on top of that, they micro-target information to you. They use targeting, they use amplification in order to keep you engaged. By keeping you engaged, they learn about you. They make their advertising, their targeted advertising, more effective because they know more about you. One reason for which they want to attract your attention through hostile postings, through negative and potentially false information is that you stay longer engaged with the site. At the same time, they learn more about your behavior, your tendencies. This does not only lead to polarization, but it reinforces this system of targeted advertising. In order to cut this link, the new legislation, on the one hand, links to the general data the GDPR protection regulation, and on the other hand, requires that in order for you to receive targeted political advertising or information, you will need to have given your personal consent. And then again, certain forms of amplification will effectively be prohibited because it will be exceedingly difficult to get consent for that. So this is a major step forward in order to restructure digital platforms in a direction that would make them not kosher, but at least less inimical to public debate and integrity more generally. The other big debate in legislative terms relates to the liability of online platforms and whether we should revisit the protections that online platforms, especially the very large ones, currently enjoy on the theory that they are passive, that they are passively hosting content that is placed on them by other parties. On this basis, they enjoy very wide protection from liability, precisely because they are passive and do not engage in editing the content, but in fact they do. They edit the content both by pushing it and by managing it and by moderating and removing offending material. When they remove offending material, they are again protected because there is a so-called Good Samaritan exception, whereby a platform that removes bad material, illegal or not appropriate, is protected, even though this is editing and it should not be protected. These are the steps presently taken by the European Union in order to mend the situation. A final thing that I need to mention is that since 2018, there is in place a code of conduct on disinformation, which is supposedly self-regulatory. It has been compiled by the major digital platforms in cooperation with the European Commission, and supposedly the platforms comply with it, but compliance is anybody's guess, and transparency about its application, again, anybody's guess. And now there is an attempt to rewrite the code and enhance it, and there are also threats on the part of the Commission that if it does not work, we may move towards co-regulation, which means partly we will rely on self-regulation, but partly we'll move to mandatory state-based regulation. So this is the current situation. But let me tell you what my fears are, my personal concerns. Oh, I've forgotten the final point, which is hugely important. Again, the point that Matthew Terpin mentioned before. Russian and Chinese interference or interference by any external adversary into our electoral process, either for the purpose of subverting our democratic institutions or delegitimizing them, or we should also consider this possibility for the purpose of promoting a particular candidacy or a particular solution to a public debate or legislative proposal, etc. On this one, the European Union has taken a very strong stance in principle over the past 3 years. It has named explicitly and aggressively both Russia and China as perpetrators of hybrid campaigns, mixed campaigns, which include cyber attacks on infrastructures, espionage, pressure on individuals, including journalists and other individuals, activists, etc., aggressive diplomacy, wolf warrior diplomacy. Have you heard the expression wolf warrior? Something that the Chinese diplomats want to do. They come and tell you in your face that you are bad and you should not mess with China, or this is called Wolf Warrior diplomacy, which is not very diplomatic. It's diplomacy my style, as the chair would put it, which means no diplomacy at all. Next to that, you have disinformation campaigns. And in order to stop that, the European Union has followed a parallel non-legislative approach by creating special task force that target Chinese and Russian disinformation. In addition to politicizing the matter, they also follow security-based or defense-based approaches in cooperation with NATO in order to defeat these disinformation campaigns. Now the main problem is, and this is one of my three personal points, the first of, I think there are three. Okay, when we think foreign interference, we think international relations, defense, security, intelligence agencies. When we think about the electoral process, we think transparency, public interaction, etc. But how do the two fit together? If I want to defeat the Chinese, I subvert them. I counterattack. But I do that without anybody knowing. The European Parliament doesn't know. National parliaments do not know. Some policy makers know, but who are they? Intelligence agencies know. Certain people in the military know. Certain people in law enforcement agencies. Do the law enforcement agencies know anything about that? Where is the transparency? Where is the explicit democratic control over this particular thing? Okay, we defend our electoral process, but do we defend it democratically? And how do we avoid a situation where we turn into a surveillance state? This is an impasse, this is a predicament, this is something that we need to think about. And we don't have a clear answer, because these things happen in different policy domains by different policy makers, and there is no real integration. Large part of this reaction to the Chinese and the Russians takes place under the aegis of the High Representative and the External Action Service, and not under the same institutions that are responsible for democratic institutions, civil society, etc. Where is the policy integration between the two? The second point of major concern is the following: freedom of expression. And in particular, the fact that even if you forget about foreigners, if you think about disinformation campaigns as the ones that Sarah Mojarad described, if you think about that, you say we need to do something about the bad people who spread false information. But let me ask you, what is false information? You know it when you see it. Who decides when information is false? There is a clear need in this case to engage with the substance of the information in order to decide whether this is fake news or true information, and then you moderate it, supposedly, or you penalize it, but on what exact informational base, or not exact criteria. And who does that? Quis custodiet ipsos custodes? Who guards the guardians? Who supervises the supervisors themselves? This is a major problem. Of course, the easy question, the easy answer is to say the public institutions and the civil society, meaning the liberal civil society. Because, of course, this comes from bad governments and right-wing nationalists, correct? Don't we all know that? But let's remember that at least two of the European governments are governments freely elected and run by right-wing nationalists. Remember that 1/3 of the European Parliament is beyond the pale of the members of European Parliament, is beyond the pale on these grounds. So what do you have here? You have exactly what drives populism. A self-perpetuating elite based on the four institutional parties of the European Parliament, together with the European Commission, and together with certain publicly financed civil society organizations, the good people, who police the rest. Maybe this is for the best. But let me tell you that this is also a reason for resentment. This is an independent factor of polarization, and this is something that in a certain way increases the distance separating the two sides of the cleavage. What is even worse is that the European Commission has proposed something that I consider completely wrong, namely that not disinformation, but something supposedly related to it, hate speech, becomes a European crime. There is a procedure, a constitutional procedure, whereby the European Commission can propose to the European Council that something that is or is not criminalized at the national level is denominated as a European crime, and then if the European Council unanimously agrees, then it is for the Commission to operationalize this crime by giving instructions to the Member States and common definitions to fight this type of crime, including by imposing fines or other penalties. Now the question is the following. Is it true that we can agree on what a hate crime is? Is it true that you know it when you see it? Is it true that a hate crime always relates to illegal communications and not to legal ones, but not very pleasant ones? Supposedly there is a major upsurge in hate speech in Europe. If you believe the European Fundamental Rights Agency, offline and online, there has been in recent years an offline and online increase in targeting of ethnic, religious minorities, women, migrants, human rights defenders, and LGBTI plus persons. So says the European Fundamental Rights Agency, which of course is in favor of this criminalization, etc. But do you really believe that in quantitative terms we are seeing an upsurge of this type of behavior? Certainly we see increasing awareness of the problem of discrimination, of the problem of hate speech. There is no question about that. But awareness is not the same as an increase in the actual phenomenon. If anything, it is quite clear that in all these respects that the European Fundamental Rights Agency mentions, there is a marked improvement in the situation of minorities, LGBTI persons, women. There is no question about it. Do you believe that the situation of women in Europe is today worse than it was 20 years ago? I would laugh on your face if you would say so. All the evidence suggests otherwise. So my objection is the following. To a certain extent, this fight against disinformation has become a new moral panic. Rather than targeting the true problem with real solutions, we create an environment where the people who are supposedly against polarization, supposedly in favor of liberal values, are now turning into illiberal policy makers themselves, and they try to police public speaking. This will be a quip, what I will just say, but let me point out that many of the advisors, for instance, of the European Parliament on this issue, happen to be German lawyers and Polish and Hungarian civil organization persons or academics. And let me simply point to you that culturally, This is the wrong type of person to ask for advice because of cultural reasons, simple cultural reasons. They are much less likely to tolerate speech that they disagree with. It does not matter whether this is right-wing or left-wing speech. Their habits of mind are against free speech. And generally speaking, and let me conclude with that, freedom of speech in Europe, which we do not call freedom of speech, we call it freedom of expression, is less protected. It is very badly protected, both at the level of the European Court of Human Rights and the European Convention, and at the level of European Union law. In theory, our Supreme Courts claim that the purpose of freedom of expression is to protect speech, even if such speech is offensive or is not pleasant or is not popular. So they pretend that they are new Voltaire who will defend to the death your right to say whatever you mean. And then they go on, German style, to do something which is called the proportionality test, that is to balance your freedom of speech against good social things. In the United States, rights are trump cards, almost absolute rights that a person possesses. In German legal thinking, there are anybody's guess. If you are a good person, you have rights. If you're a bad person, we'll balance them against other social interests. I think that it would be exceptionally dangerous in the name of good things to go down this road. To conclude, and this would be my take on it, certain of the steps taken by the European Union are extremely advanced and extremely useful, including the ones concerning political advertising, etc. Some ideas are truly bad, and some ideas are simply good ideas, but you need to reconcile them with other values like intelligence agency-based fight against foreign disinformation. This you will need to combine with democratic accountability. How you do it, I don't have any clue. But if I could draw one lesson from that, it would be the following. Measures, again, I will turn back to Matthew Turpin's comment. Measures that treat the platforms as utilities and impose on them additional obligations precisely because of their oligopolistic role and their powerful gatekeeping role are good measures. And this applies, for instance, to the rules on advertising that the Commission has proposed in order to defeat targeted or amplified advertising. But measures which seek to directly control disinformation or any type of information or speech by the participants in the public debate are in principle suspect, and they should be treated with great caution. Thank you so much for your attention.
A contrarian and very interesting take on things. I think there's a warning that we must be vigilant not to throw the proverbial baby with the bathwater, and that some interesting tensions do arise. You're President Trump. I think you're spreading misinformation. You're the president, democratically elected, maybe not with a popular vote. You're out of Twitter. You're banned. Tensions. So I think I know where you're coming down on this. Adam, the floor is yours. I think we're going to have some interesting discussion afterwards as well.
Thank you. Listening to Matt talk about handing off and Sarah saying there's no single solution, and Christos talking about code of conduct, so much of the conversations today, including our conversation during the break just before this session, I had some comments that I was going to make. I'm not going to make them now. Instead, what I'd like to do is take what we've been hearing and start to connect them through the information space. And let me add some context. And I'm going to assume for these examples and for what I'm going to say that everyone has the best of intentions. We've been talking about bad actors. I'm not talking about bad actors now. I'm talking about everyone with the best of intentions. 58 years ago this month, I joined CBS News in the United States. I'm not 100 years old. I was a teenager. And to my surprise, I wound up, this is the richest television network in the United States, multi-million-dollar news operation. And I had, from the floor of the National Democratic Convention, the lead story of the night as a teenager. How could this happen? They had months of planning, best of intentions. They missed the lead story of the night. I just happened to be there. Fast forward, 7 years before joining the faculty of the University of Southern California, I was with a foundation which focuses on journalism. We built a facility called the Newseum, museum, but Newseum in Washington, D.C. And every week, we would have editors from all around the United States to come to discuss the problems of news and information. And we would sit them in a circle. We would have dinner later. We would sit them in a circle, and the head of the museum, who himself had been the editor of USA Today, would ask them, has your newspaper ever made a mistake? Everybody's hands go, yes, yes. Have you ever been the subject? These are the editors. Have you ever been the subject of a story in your newspaper? All the hands go up. Was the story, did the story have any inaccuracies? All the hands go up and people look at each other and they start to laugh. And one editor, I remember, said, they got my name wrong and it was my newspaper. So with the best of intentions, you can make mistakes and have bad information. In our last election, in 2020, the son of Joseph Biden, presidential candidate, for whatever reason, we don't know why, left a laptop in a repair place and didn't come for it. And the oldest newspaper in the United States wrote an article about what was on the laptop, very carefully sourced, nobody ever denied it. But again, some people with the best of intentions, others without, but focusing on best intentions, said, this is not real information. And so that newspaper story was taken off of Facebook, banned from Twitter. Other news organizations refused to carry it. After the election, it turned out everyone admitted the story was true. The New York Times, the Washington Post, they all did long stories. NBC just did a big long story about it. And Hunter Biden, the president's son, just paid $2 million in back taxes for payments that he received from China and Ukraine, which had been denied earlier. And there's still a grand jury sitting. He may still be charged with something. Last month, the United States government tried to form a government commission or committee on disinformation. And it was so negatively received that it was withdrawn about 10 days later. Okay, that's a solution that doesn't work. So we're all here because we believe in democracy and democratic governance. Let me suggest a different avenue, that instead of cursing the darkness, let's light a candle. Let's have an outcome of this conference being a partnership, as we discussed in the break, to talk about how can digital technology, the internet, and social media be used to promote the best of democracy? How can digital media, social media, and the internet be used as a tool for good, for the best governance, for the best of society? And as Max Nikias would say, it should be a center of excellence. It should be a place which is unquestionably expert, unquestionably creative, doing research, teaching. We could have occasional conferences. It could be, of course, using the internet. It could be virtual. We can have global conferences, especially of all democracies. It could be crowdsourced. How can we promote democracy? Well, going back to the Cold War, we may be going into another one now, but going back to the Cold War, we did a program in Washington a few years ago with the ambassador from Hungary, ambassador to the United States from Hungary. And his thesis is, here's what ended the rule of communism in Eastern Europe: rock and roll music. He said it was the single biggest force to end anti-democratic governments in Eastern Europe. So I think a question here is, what is going to be the digital, internet, social media equivalent of rock and roll music? What's that going to be? I don't know what it is. I suspect that the students are going to be closer to it than we old folks are. But wouldn't that be an interesting mission here at the birthplace of democracy? So let me just stop there, and I invite discussion and questions.
Now, we can go one of two ways, and I'll be very democratic. I can give 5 minutes to each one of the speakers, or we can do a Q&A, and then give you a couple of minutes at the very end. Q&A?
Q&A.
Q&A. So it's open to the floor now. And yes.
Okay. I would like to ask Professor Mojarad, I'm sorry if I butcher your name, or anything. Not actually to ask, I would like to ask if you can elaborate the term echo chamber, because I think for our discussion it will be very interesting to inform us more on what it is, and if it's actually detriment, it will be disastrous for democracy and civil society. Do you think that there can be danger from echo chambers if they can create a postmodern reality or anything? What's your take on that? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. An echo chamber is more or less your online community of people who all have the same set of beliefs as you do. And oftentimes those can be difficult to exit from or engage in other conversations for a number of reasons, one of which is the algorithm. So it feeds information that it knows that you will engage in and spend more time on the platforms because of it. And then also just our human nature and our human interests. So those are two components to it. And then what was the second part of your question?
Let me repeat. If echo chambers can create a postmodern version of reality, where facts are relevant and alternative facts are as much as valid, and if that mindset can be a danger for democracy or social cohesion.
I think that it can be difficult to break out of these echo chambers on social media, particularly just because of the way the systems work, and even taking the effort and the time to try and break out of them. For example, looking at different hashtags and engaging in those types of conversations. The systems are simply put in place to reinforce these echo chambers. So I'll open it up to see if anybody else in the panel wanted to add to that, but.
Yeah, I think it's, maybe to relate to, the earlier comments by Christos, freedom of expression and freedom of speech, to a certain degree, is really the individual's right to be wrong, right? So this idea of kind of an echo chamber, there is a negative connotation to it, but it's also that folks can freely associate with who they agree with. And I mean, it's just there's human nature to this as well, right? That you would sort of flock to those who reinforce your beliefs you already have, and you feel more comfortable there, right? And I think, certainly from a social media and information technology perspective, it's the ability to be able to reach many more people that you wouldn't be able to do in a physical world. But of course, that idea of an echo chamber certainly existed well before information technology that we have today, but it was often much more confined. I mean, you only had a much fewer set of folks you could do to. So I think it's one of those things that we should maybe recognize as a portion of human nature, as opposed to something that is something to be sort of fixed, because that's kind of, I think, what humans do.
Hi. My understanding of what you presented today is that this is a question of regulation up to a certain extent, right? And it's top-down regulation. So some type of government or the EU or whatever authority is trying to kind of impose some measures to the corporations, and then subsequently they would actually impose some new policies in their platforms and trying to change the behavioral pattern of users, right? So my question is how, would this be efficient? In the sense that regulators are already late in the game. There are some behavioral patterns already established by the users. So even if you have at some point a measure that says this is paid content, the behavioral pattern of the user is to actually retweet it anyway, right? I mean, it's embedded in his thinking at this point. So my question is, should this kind of top-down regulation be complemented somehow with some bottom-up measures? So, the typical example is to introduce some kind of property rights when it comes to personal data that are used by these platforms. So what would be your views on this?
On this famous canal of the proprietary rights of individuals on their data, while I'm all in favor of not allowing the use of data by these organizations, a property law-based approach is self-defeating. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry will sell their information for peanuts because information is a public good, I'm sorry to say. Accordingly, if you can monetize it even at very low levels, you are still better off. So the economics of the matter go towards prostituting yourself. And the vast majority of people will either don't care or they'll sell their information for a very low price. So a property law approach is the wrong approach. A regulatory approach is the correct approach. Generally, again, I will return to that idea, the utility idea. Here you have organizations which, because of huge network economic effects, network economies, should be regulated differently than industries which are contestable. And accordingly, I don't think that this would work. As for the top-down approach, let me tell you, it will work, because effectively it will make non-viable certain business models. The other approach that could be, if you follow law and economics approach, the other thing that you could do would be to transfer monies through specific impositions on these particular companies, whereby a part of the profits from advertising would be transferred so as to make it less economically viable. There are solutions, but I don't think that a classic property rights approach could work.
Hello. First of all, I want to add that you all had a great discussion about freedom and cybersecurity and the problem of a breach in today's democracy. And I would like to ask a simple but complicated question at the same time. Should I think that I am a property of myself or that I am a property of my state in this discussion? I don't know if you understood the question. The question is for everyone who wants to answer.
If you were an ancient Spartan, the answer would have been your body belongs to the state and not to you. Being, I assume, a modern Greek, I would say you have quite a few freedoms.
Yeah, I mean, I think you touch on a sort of integral portion of this sort of rivalry that's sort of unfolding. Is the state's purpose to serve the individual, or is the individual's purpose to serve the state, right? And you get very different political systems, you get very different sort of outcomes in each of those. And, you know, it remains to be, you know, I think, you know, I certainly know what my preference is for, that governments are limited in what they're able to do, and that individuals have choices to be able to achieve this. But it also is true that in a competition between those two systems, it is not a foregone conclusion of which will succeed. It is actually a competition. And therefore, you have to think very carefully about how you arrange that and what kind of compromises you are setting up in which individuals agree to work collectively for certain outcomes, right? And for those states that see the individuals as serving the state, to a certain degree, they have to grant some degree of freedoms and things in order to make their citizens productive and to provide the resources. And so there's this interplay that I think is playing out. And, you know, for me, this is sort of a bit of a surprise for many of us, because we thought that this question was solved, and we thought it was solved for the former, that the state served the individual. And we now are living in a world where there is a serious question about whether there is an alternative and potentially better system. I don't think it's a better system, but certainly there are nation states who assert that it is, and they have demonstrated that they actually can be effective. And that is causing many of us to have to rethink many of our assumptions about how the world works.
Hi, thank you all very much for sharing your ideas, your research, your concerns. I have a question for Matthew Turpin, and I think it was not so long ago, I think it was in 2015, that the Chinese president said that he plans to make China the #1 cyber power in the world. So my question is this: do you think that the rivalry you described between the United States and China is inevitably, and that's the key word, inevitably leading to a crisis, or even worse, don't even want to imagine, or that it's up to agents, politicians, statesmen to do something about it? In other words, is there anything that can be done to avoid the Thucydides trap, or we are just doomed to fall in there?
Yeah, thanks for that. So, you know, first I would adjust it a little bit, that I don't think this is a purely Washington-Beijing competition in which, you know, it is just Washington and it is just Beijing that is competing, and each are archetypes of different systems. That in fact you actually have a variety of states on sort of either side that are competing with one another. In a broader international system. We live in a multipolar world. We've lived in a multipolar world for a long time, and therefore there are a lot of players that are playing out. You know, in terms of your question about, is this inevitable that we move into this broader confrontation, a crisis, or potentially conflict? And, you know, my feeling on this is that we are already there. This is not a future event in which there is a strategic rivalry that might happen in the future that could still be averted. We're in it. And we're realizing that we're in it, and we're quite disturbed by it. We didn't want to be in it, and so when I say we, sort of collectively, citizens don't want to be in that situation, but it is the situation we're in. And sort of the sooner we have a better idea of the condition that we're in, which is a condition of essentially a Cold War, the better positioned we'll be to be able to respond to that condition, right? It is sort of upon us. And that's where I think that we're sort of heading. And it is something that I think citizens and governments around the world really would rather not acknowledge, because it's just very unpleasant to think about. But I think it is far more dangerous and far more unstable for us to continue to pretend that it isn't happening and risk real miscalculation, rather than to acknowledge that it is happening and then act accordingly and seek to achieve some degree of strategic stability to avoid a conflict, and that's your best outcome.
Before, yes, one more question, and then I will have to ask Professor Platias to come here and do some awards.
Thank you for the presentations. This is a question for Mr. Turpin and Dr. Hadjiemmanuil. Is it feasible to have a social agreement, social contract between government, citizens, and private sector in order to achieve security on cyberspace? How we can build trust, cooperation, and transparency, and of course the legitimacy in a social contract between these factors?
Maybe I'll just kind of go first. I think I think it's probably wrong for us to think about this as a choice between sort of privacy or security. That in fact, what we're going to have is privacy and security, right? That is essentially the fundamental sort of social contract, and I suspect that it will take place in the same way that all of our other social contracts have historically sort of taken place in sort of, diverse democracies in which there's a lot of voices. This is going to be really messy and muddled through, and it'll take us a while to get to it. But I actually have a lot of optimism and faith that, in fact, we will eventually come to some degree of agreement on this. And we'll do it because folks will have the ability to sort of express freely, associate freely, and trade ideas. And it will be really messy, and people will be shouting at each other. But fundamentally, we'll kind of come to an agreement on what is largely a sort of a new technology that we're all sort of getting used to now and is continuing to change. And so I think that we shouldn't maybe beat ourselves up too much that we haven't answered it yet, that we're still at the beginning of figuring this out, and we'll do that over time.
You did end up getting the last word, as you had predicted.
It so happens that I tend to do that. If you are asking about cybersecurity generally, not electoral cybersecurity, then you can see that it is generally unavoidable to have public-private partnerships in specifying the threat, finding technical means of responding. I'm not an expert, Matthew is, but my understanding is that no government will be able to deal with this problem by keeping in-house all the capabilities necessary in order to respond to cybersecurity threats, including major threats to critical infrastructure, etc. So it so happens that this is a question of joint governmental agency and private organization interaction. However, I'm not sure that the solution to this clear problem, how is this shaped, where does it end, and how you control it, it can create its own risks if the mechanism that you use in order to address cybersecurity issues, the mechanism becomes itself a source of either intentional or unintentional security risks. However, I'm not sure that the answer to that is a grand social contract approach, a constitutional approach. You need to think governance here. The nitty-gritty of how you do it in practice and how you keep it under control. I will dispute slightly the premise of the previous question concerning the citizen, the state. Unfortunately, we do no longer live in the 19th and 20th century era where you could have the state against the person. The state and the person in the modern environment are not recognizably separate. The contemporary situation, including the digitalization not only of the economy but also of governance, essentially transforms completely the relationship between the two and makes the line dividing them very thin and permeable indeed. You might still have recognizable political center, even there it is not clear that there is no public-private interaction. I think that we should overcome this type of thinking, because if we search for a grand flashy solution where we invite the civil society to offer their views, but they are not engaged, they don't know it, it is not transparent, the people that you need to engage from the private sector will never be there on the table of a grand bargain. They are security experts, Israeli companies, Pegasus, all sorts of people that you need to engage with at many different levels, and it's a question of governance, not of government.
Let me say that we conclude a fascinating international conference. I am persuaded about two things. One, we don't have the answers. And two, I'm very optimistic. Why? Because we may not have the answers, but we have the questions. We know the dilemmas. We have the technology. We know the dangers. And we still have our democracies. So thank you, everyone. And now the chair of our department, Professor Platias, will hand out some plaques and some awards. So please come here. Please come here. And Konstantina, you put so much work. You come give one as well.
At least 3 of us. Well, in concluding this conference, we would like to thank the California contingent that came from the other part of the Atlantic, actually from the Pacific, over here to contribute to this conference. So we're really grateful, and to take some memories back to California, we have something for them. Let's start with Cliff.
And if the photographer could come here, maybe, oh, she's already a step ahead. Good.
So Cliff, Konstantina. Oh, sorry. Here. Okay. So that's what you take with you. So to remember your visit to the University of Piraeus and this conference, and hopefully, as Adam said, we will repeat it.
Yes.
Thank you. So, thank you, Cliff. Thank you for coming. Sarah. Here you are. So sit next to. So that's your memory from the wonderful conference. Wonderful. This is for Matt. Matt, a memory of, let's see how. Oh, here. Wonderful. So, here you are.
Thank you.
You see, the University of Piraeus has naval signals, and he served in the army. So
I will still put this in a place of honor.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Adam. So this is to remember our conference, the University of Piraeus and Greece. Thank you very much. And we will do it again. Absolutely. And last but not least, Chrysostomos Nikias, the driving force behind our conference and our collaboration, and as I said, a member of,
Thank you,
a member of our department. Well, so you take the seat to California.
Oh my
Thank you very much, and hopefully we will do it an institution.
Christos.
So, would you like to say the last word before we...
The last word is that thank you so much for coming. Και ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για όλα. Let's take a photo, all of us. Sarah, come over here. Can we get everybody in? Yes?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good.
Please click to make one.
Thank you so
much.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Thank you very much.